Welcome in, everyone, to our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2022 USTA SoCal Pro Circuit. Alex Gruskin back again this week to steer the action. It's event number 2 of our 6-event series coming up over the next 6 weeks. Of course, if you were with us last week, you saw 2 players ascend to the title. On the men's side, it was August Holmgren. On the women's side, it was Talia Gibson. Here today on Saturday, in event number 2, it's another semifinal Saturday here. We'll start out our coverage with our 2 sequences of men's and women's semifinal matches. Of course, we're going to be playing those singles matches simultaneously, jumping between our coverage of each of the 2 matches. We start today's matches with a couple of college players across the board. All 4 of our first semifinalists have some sort of collegiate tennis ties. Of course, on the women's side, it's going to be a familiar face to those of you who joined us last week as Maria Kazireva back into another professional semifinal. Kazireva, of course, the 23-year-old, recently finished a standout career at St. Mary's. She now begins her pro circuit again with a final last week in the singles, wins the doubles title as well. She's actually still alive in our doubles competition, so we'll see her again later today. But again, Maria Kazireva, 23 years old, out of Russia, currently at a new career high live ranking, number 773 in the world. Again, for Kazireva now, as she kicks off her pro career. Big success for her in Rancho Santa Fe last week. Of course, 14-6 overall in her last 52 weeks, has no points to defend until the end of June. What does that mean? It means every victory she earns here free on her resume, just accumulating points. Of course, the higher your rank, the higher level event you can play. Kazireva again competing this week here in the SoCal Pro Circuit, hoping to use it as a springboard for her career moving forward. Of course, on the flip side of the net, another player with college tennis ties, a player who just finished her redshirt freshman season at the University of Southern California. Of course, I'm referring to Snow Han, who you see serving on the far side of your court. Han, 20 years old, has had some success on the pro tour in her career, been ranked as high as number 752 in the world. That was back in 2020 before she head off to college. Of course, you look for Han in her career, 2 ITF finals back in 2020, 2019, respectively. Han has had success at this level before. Again, was at that number 3 single spot for the Trojans this past season, 16-6 overall in the dual match season. She went 33-12 overall in her first full season of collegiate tennis. So certainly 2 talented players, 2 players we saw quite a bit of in our 2022 college tennis coverage. Maria Kazireva here on the near side of your court, again via St. Mary's. On the far side of your court, Snow Han, course, the now rising redshirt sophomore for the USC Trojans. With that in mind, let's go introduce our men's match. Again, collegiate ties everywhere here in this SoCal Pro Circuit. And that, of course, was the goal of this series as the USTA Southern California region, hoping to provide playing opportunities to the countless aspiring juniors, high-level collegiate athletes, rising pro talents currently residing in that Southern California area. Of course, our Cracked Racquets team so happy to be on the call for the matches here on the beautiful University of San Diego campus. And of course, again, these college tennis facilities, some of the best facilities in the country. Given the college tennis season has ended, we've got to find a use for them somehow. Great to see the University of San Diego providing playing opportunities here, not only for the men, but for the women as well. And here, again, men's semifinal number 1 on the near side of your screen, the number 6 seed Nathan Ponwith. Some of you may remember Ponwith's standout college tennis career at both Arizona State and the University of Georgia. Of course, Ponwith was one of those 1997s in the USTA program, was very much a part of that Tommy Paul, Riley Opelka, Taylor Fritz generation of players that seemed to redefine what was possible for American juniors in the mid-2010s. Ponwith beginning his pro career fairly high amount of success here in his first full pro tennis season. You look for Ponwith coming into the week number 714 in the world. Now, it's been a tough start for him in this 2022 season. You look for Ponwith to start the season. He lost 5 consecutive matches, has been playing catch up ever since. Was a tough first round loss for him last week in Santa Fe. Certainly you look for Ponwith this week, has bounced back strongly, making the semifinals here for Nathan Ponwith. You look overall again in his pro career, I believe, just the fourth semifinal, for him at the ITF level that he's competing in today. He's 2-1 in his 3 previous semifinals, but has not advanced to a final since August 2019 at the pro level. Of course, you look for Ponwith. He's yet to drop a set this week. Straight set wins over a bunch of guys with college ties. Ben Seguin, UNC, Kareem El-Alaf, Iowa knocked off last week's finalist Gage Breimer 4-4 yesterday to advance to today's semifinals. So Ponwith finding some of his best form here in San Diego. Now he's going to take on Ryan Siegerman. Siegerman, of course, plenty of SoCal ties. You look for Siegerman. He, of course, a Coronado resident, ultimately now being afforded the opportunity with a wild card into this event. For Siegerman, it's the first pro semifinal of his career. And you look for Siegerman, the 22-year-old, just finished a standout season over at Princeton. Ultimately, for Siegerman, able to qualify in the NCAA singles and doubles tournament, reached the round of 16 in that doubles field as well. Siegerman going to head off to North Carolina next season for one final year of collegiate tennis. Of course, again, for Ryan Siegerman, massive result for him this week in the singles. Obviously, again, first pro semifinal of his career, only his second career main draw at the pro level. Straight set victories for him over players like highly acclaimed juniors such as Jack Anthrop. Lerner Chien, of course, got a win over Calvin Boyd as well to set up today's semifinal with Ponwith. So again, Siegerman on that far side, looks like he's rocking the gray shirt. Ponwith here on the near side in white. 2 players to keep in mind. And with that in mind, we've got action already underway. Maria Kazireva of St. Mary's serving first. Let's go full screen on that women's action as we wait for our men's matches to get kicked off. 15-all here. Again, Kazireva's last week's finalist. Number 4 seed here this week. She's also yet to drop a set. In fact, most she's dropped is 4 games on her way to this semifinal. Those who haven't seen Kazireva, very quick around the court. She's going to beat you to the spot. Little extreme on the forehand grip. That side will spray on her at times, but very successful finding +1 opportunities to attack. Very comfortable moving forward, hitting both the swinging volley, the comfortable volley. Fun contrast of styles here, 30-all. And that'll be the trick again for Kazireva today, finding ways to be aggressive, move that ball around the court. Snohan's going to make you work. Extraordinarily physical player, willing to go 10, 15 shots a rally, of course. Can snap a forehand at will as well. If you're asking me who's the more solid of the 2 players, give the slightest of edges to Han. That's big serving from Maria Kazireva. And again, good power from her to start on the board. 1-love here in women's semifinal number 1. Of course, again, got coverage of all of today's semifinal singles matches here at the University of San Diego. After that, we'll have our men's and women's doubles finals as well. As you can see in our men's semifinal number 1, looks like our players getting that final sip of water before they head out on court. And it looks like it'll be Nate Ponwith to serve first. No, in fact, it looks like it will be Ryan Siegerman on the far side of your screen serving first. Again, as you can see at the top of your screen, a massive thank you to the sponsors who helped make this USTA SoCal Pro Circuit possible. Wilson, USTA, ITF, countless others. Talk about them throughout the course of our broadcast, but as you see, Siegerman to serve first. Let's go full screen on our men's semifinal as that match begins. On with not messing around early. 2 big cuts on the return of serve. It's a nifty little slider out wide, though, from Siegerman for 30-15. Be interesting to see if Ponwith keeps that aggressive return positioning throughout the course of this match. Certainly, maybe that slider scares him off a bit here. Interesting again, Ponwith, that's the read he likes right now on this return, trying to take that ball early, even when it's leading to errors. All right, pretty tennis so far. Obviously, these players still trying to find their range, feel each other out here in the early stages. I think our longest rally of the match here is 3 balls thus far. Put that one in your notebook, folks. That's the serve he likes on that deuce side. A lot of action on that slider out wide. All right, Ponwith will take the gift. And with that, an early break point chance for the number 6 seed. Again, for Siegerman, main draw number 2 in his career at the pro level. Fantastic for him to get to this semifinal, get this experience under his belt. That's an impressive way to fight off break point as well. Siegerman continuing to push forward. Again, I think Ponwith's only connected on 1 return cleanly thus far. We're back to deuce. I like that. Siegerman conceding much of that ad side, daring Ponwith to try to pull the trigger down the line on that return, but a nice little half volley scoop. Game point here, second serve coming for Siegerman. That's just not where Siegerman wants to be. And I know we're only one game in. I think we can all identify fairly quickly here. Siegerman wants to be pushing forward, using that serve almost as an approach shot. Always fun to see some serve and volley. That also explains the return positioning from Ponwith as he tries to beat Siegerman to the spot. It's too good. Too good from Ryan Siegerman. The action on that second serve. Again, that ball is shoulder height on the 6-foot Ponwith. When he makes contact at that baseline, and smart play. +1, big target behind Ponwith. Back to deuce. Ponwith doing such a good job right now, just dipping that first return low at the feet of Siegerman. Seen him miss a couple of those half volleys now. Credit to him, he's going to keep pushing forward. Another break chance early for Ponwith in game number 1. Nate Ponwith off to a strong start. 1-love break here in men's singles semifinal number 1. Let's go back over to our women's singles semifinal. Maria Kazireva, an early 2-love break lead here on Snohan. Again, Kazireva, 23 years old, serving on the far side of your screen here. Great return from Han, picked a great spot as well. Guides that backhand down the line. Again, doesn't overwhelm you with her power, but hits her spot so well here. Breakpoint chance to get back on serve. All right. Got ourselves a ball game now, folks. Snohan gets the break back 1-2. We'll go back to our men's semifinal for now, but as soon as that action returns, Westhoff, let's go split screen as we monitor the action here early at the University of San Diego. Alex Gruskin. Happy to be back with you all again this week. An extended first game here in our men's singles semifinal. Ryan Siegerman, first career pro semifinal. It's the 4th for Ponwith. Hey! That's good wheels from Ponwith. Siegerman elects to let that ball drop. Honestly, surprised me it floated in as well. Points here for Ponwith to consolidate. Meanwhile, Snowhan on the right side of your screen serving. Back on serve 1-2.
Oh.
So interesting watching Snowhan, of course. Again, that first season, 2020, 2021. Unable to compete for the USC Trojans. And again, so successful in her opening season of college tennis play. Kazireva taking big cuts on that Han. Off of that Han second serve, of course, you look for Snowhan. 41-17 now in her pro career. Of course, there are some qualifying results sprinkled in as well, but you look for Han. 5th professional semifinal of her career, first since February 2020. Errors piling up early here for Han. Good pressure from Kazireva on the return of serve. So Love 40. Let's go full screen on that women's match as Ponwith consolidates 4-2 Love. Break point chances here for Kazireva. And the serve was an issue for Han at various points this season. There were times when she had to serve underhand during the collegiate season just due to various injuries that piled up. Tries to do a little bit too much with that inside in forehand. So the break goes right back to Kazireva, 4-3-1. And you look for Snowhan this week again. 3 victories, all players with collegiate ties. She knocks out Texas sophomore Malika Rapalu, 1-0 in the first round, a 3-set victory over Princeton rising sophomore Vicky Hu. A 1-4 win over UCLA's Kimmy Hance last round. Han was also a quarterfinalist last week in Rancho Santa Fe. Of course, Kazireva was the finalist, looking very much the part here early. That's the ball. That ball right there, again, doesn't overwhelm you with the pace, just so precise. Opening up that down the line with her initial cross-court forehand, striking that ball beautifully early and on the rise. Let's go back split screen now. And as we see Kazireva 3-1 lead. See if Siegerman can get on the board. Indeed, he does. 4-1-2. I apologize. Missed that game point. We'll go back full screen to our women now. lot of +1 errors early from both of these players. Of course, Kazireva came out of the gates, with that opening hold. It's been 3 subsequent breaks of serve since. And that was a freebie. And it's interesting because thus far, Kazireva's hit 17 first serve. She's made 13 of them. 14 of 18 after that last point. +15 of 19 now on the first serve. Just both players struggling with that +1 ball, as each player is doing a great job with the depth on their return of serve. You're going to see a 4th straight break here in our women's singles semifinal. Yeah. Good first serve from Kazireva into the body. Picked a good spot. Sure, Snowhan's thinking right now, why didn't you take that extra step? Wouldn't have been that much effort. Aggressive play by Han. Ultimately backfires, and again, not a ton of rhythm here early. Game point chance for Kazireva. Couple of net cords go the way of Kazireva on overcooking that forehand approach. Kazireva gets the hold 4-4-1. Not the prettiest tennis thus far. Both players struggling to find their rhythm here early. It is a professional semifinal again for Kazireva. Played what? 5 matches last week. It's her 9th match in the past 12 days, and that's just singles. Of course, again, you look for Maria Kazireva, still alive in the doubles. She'll be competing for back-to-back doubles titles later today. It's a lot of tennis on the body of Maria Kazireva. So impressive what she's done these first 2 weeks. Meanwhile, here, Nate Ponwith continuing to hold on to that break of serve lead. 4-deuce game to open up our men's singles semifinal. Ponwith going to give that ball a second look. Of course, lines cruise. As you can see on the far side of the court, you've got the lines person on each side. Turn missed just long from Ponwith, so 40 love. Quick service games here thus far outside of the opener. And I do like the quick springing release from Ryan Siegerman. Evokes memories of former Kalamazoo champion Denis Novikov. Of course, a UCLA standout player as well. Perhaps some of you tuning in today may remember him. Siegerman gets the hold. 4-3-2. And let's go back split screen. As again, early in our semifinal matches here in singles session number 1. Snowhan serving on the right side of your screen. Han, 20 years old, recently finished her redshirt freshman season at USC. Of course, for that USC roster, you look for them projecting forward. You lose a player like a Selma Ewing. Obviously, Danielle Wilson, a senior last season, that you never really know in the COVID era is someone coming back or not, but certainly Team will be looking to Han to step up, continue her success, try and, again, perhaps even step into that top 2 role. Nice pass from Han. You see all the moving parts for Han on the serve. Again, has dealt with so many different nagging injuries over the past few months and years. Now we'll employ some split screen action here. We've watched a full Nate Ponwith service game yet. Ponwith, 24 years old. Big serve down the tee there for 30 love. Good aggression there from both Kazireva and Siegerman. The difference being Siegerman landed his approach shot. So here's a game point chance for Hana on serve. She's yet to hold serve in this women's singles semifinal. Really good defensive aggression from Nate Ponwith there. Moving that ball around the court, sneaking that ball down the line and following it in. Ponwith's done a great job of keeping Siegerman on his back foot in his service games. Game points now for Ponwith, and there's a hold for Snow Han. She looks to work her way back into this first set. Another good service game from Nate Ponwith. He's yet to face a break point. 4-2 now. Still leads by a break here. 4-2 scoreboards across the board. In our USTA SoCal Pro Circuit on the University of San Diego campus. Ryan Siegerman serving on the near side of your screen. Apologies for our scoreboard disappearing. That'll happen from time to time. Here we go. We're back. Man, Kazireva and Hahn just erratic on the approach shots. Must have seen 10 errors on that ball between the two of them. Instead of 40-15, it's 30-all. Meanwhile, 30-15 opportunity here for Siegerman. It's 30-all now. Again, with Siegerman, Kazireva, Hahn, they're just playing at such a frenetic pace right now. It does feel like, in particular for Siegerman, he's rushing to that service line. This is the first time we've really seen him stop, recalibrate, refocus. I like this. Slow things down a bit. Big 30-all opportunity. It's just exceptional. Exceptional stuff from the 22-year-old Siegerman. Sets up a game point. Meanwhile, Hahn overcooks the forehand return. Game point, Kazireva. But that's the point for Siegerman that felt rushed. Again, there were, what, 6 seconds that elapsed between him hitting that immaculate drop volley and missing that +1 forehand. To each your own. You play at the pace you're most comfortable with, but felt like a rushed error on a rushed point. Had to have been a let, right? Nice return still from Pon with deuce in both of our semifinals. So now another break point chance here for Nate Ponwith. This would give him the double break 5-2 lead here. Big first serve from Siegerman. And even there, I do think he reset a bit. Like here, how rushed he is. He's already standing on the line. He's ready to serve this next point. As Kazireva, by the way, holds 4-5-2. Let's go full screen in our men's now. Semifinal. Tell you what, that forehand is a weapon. His ability to find it in that ad side corner. I like the action on that forehand slice, even if it's an unconventional play there. Again, you had Ponwith pushed so far behind the baseline. Wasn't able to punish, I suppose, something like that off speed. So now game point chance for Siegerman. And honest to God, I do think that ball floating a court over might just be the best thing for him here. Yeah, that's nice. Ryan Siegerman keeping pace broken in his opening service game. That'll happen. First professional semifinal. There will inevitably be jitters, but he's picked up his level, fights off a break point. Still, Nate Ponwith up a break here, 4-3 in set number one. Let's go back to our women's semifinal. Snow Han, the 20-year-old out of Wuhan, China. Got her first hold of the match. 4-2-4, and has actually done a good job landing first serves throughout today's battle. On landing 71% of her first serves, just hasn't mattered. As again, whose terms was that point on? Kazireva's or Hans, I think pretty quickly after that return down the middle with depth. Was Kazireva aggressive with her forehand, moving that ball around the court. She's now 2 points away from the first set and perhaps a second consecutive singles final. And I'm not saying this meaning to be disrespectful. Kazireva doesn't wow you with any one particular thing she does. To me, the most impressive thing is her movement. I mean, she is so quick, so twitchy around the court, able to take that ball early on the rise, change direction, sneaky explosion in everything she does. And it just works. It just works. Tough way to end the first set. Again, it was a broken sort of set of tennis for Snow Han, just unable to find her rhythm. As such, Maria Kazireva capitalized. Again, she's dropped no more than 4 games in any match she's played this week. 7 sets up, 7 sets down. She's 1 set away from a second consecutive SoCal Pro Circuit final. Meanwhile, in our other semifinal going on right now, number 6 seed Nate Ponwith, the 24-year-old, knocked out last week's finalist Gage Breimer in a straight set semifinal victory. Broken the opening game of this match, has yet to face a break point. 15-all here. Pawn was 13 of 14. On first serve points has dropped just 4 points on serve so far in this match. That's going to help build you a 5-3 lead. Again, only the one break of serve separating these two players right now. Ryan Siegerman, 22 years old. Just finished a first-team All-Ivy League season at Princeton University. Smart play. Had him leaning one way. Just blasted down the center. So 30 love here for Siegerman. Oh, Ryan Siegerman. Little stroke of brilliance there. Cross court squash shot. Point chances here. That'll work. Siegerman, triple digits down the tee. Still, number 6 seed Nate Ponwith going to have a chance to serve for his first professional final since 2019. And I believe his first professional final as a full-time pro. Of course, now we're back here in our women's singles semifinal. Maria Kozyreva. 6-2 first set. Kozyreva. Of course, again, a finalist last week. Title winner in doubles. Competing for another doubles title here this week. Yeah, she let that ball drop too far. She knows it. A little too cute there. And again, don't want to miss that Ponwith service game. So as soon as he's back on court, super producer Daniel Westoff, let's go split screen. Again, for Kozyreva, she's just been so good to start her pro career. The former St. Mary's standout. 7-1 through her first 8 days. 8 full-time Pro Tour singles matches. Game point here. Get our second set started. There's a nice ball from Snow-Han to force us back to deuce. Meanwhile, again, Pon with just 4 points dropped on serve, including just the 1 point on the first serve. Again, you look for Nate Pon within this match. Pon with now 15 of 21 in just making the first serve. And now he's got triple set point. Siegerman struggling to do much of anything in terms of creating offense for himself in these return games, and that's a credit to Nate Pon with. Chance to put himself 1 set away from the final. Oh! Welcome to the Pro Tour, Ryan Siegerman. 71% first serve percentage. He won 70% of his first serve points, fought off 3 of the 4 break points that he faced, but Nate Ponwith was just a little bit better. Ponwith does not face a break point, drops just 4 points on serve. 6-4 first set for the number 6 seed, and with that, Kazireva holding 4-1 love at as well. Again, Alex Gruskin here, Crack Racquets, so excited to be able to broadcast this USTA SoCal Pro Circuit. In case you missed our coverage last week, just a brief summary of what you all missed here. Of course, it was such a fun event in Rancho Santa Fe. Ultimately, 17-year-old Talia Gibson able to knock off Maria Kazireva in the singles final. Of course, a credit to Gibson. 7-6 in the third victory was, again, a back and forth seesaw affair. But of course, for Kazireva, who bounces back to take the doubles title last week into the doubles final this week, now is set up in the singles final as well. As you see there, Kazireva partnering with Veronika Mirshnachenko, her partner again this week. They're back into another doubles final. It's all clicking right now for the 23-year-old St. Mary's graduate. Of course, on the men's side, it was August Holmgren earning the rare title sweep. Holmgren taking the singles title on the men's side. He knocked off former UCLA standout 6-4, 6-4. Of course, Holmgren, a University of San Diego, just finished his career, at the University of San Diego, reached the 2022 NCAA singles final. And as you can see there, some extraordinarily flexibility from the 24-year-old. Of course, Holmgren also earned the doubles title on the weekend. He partnered with Alexander Kozbanov to knock off the former Virginia Tech duo, Mitchell Harper, Abraham Asaba. That match 21-19 in the third set super breaker was some fantastic tennis. And to be honest, if you haven't, you should go watch the replay of that third set on our Crack Racquets YouTube channel. Certainly was fun action for us to cover. The action continues to be extraordinary as we pick up our coverage here. Women's singles semifinal. Let's go split screen here as we're early in our second sets. Oh, that's a tough forehand miss from Ponwith, especially after connecting that well on the return of serve. We saw Ponwith earn that opening break in set number 1, was up love 30 there, but credit to Siegerman, scraps his way back to 30 all. Meanwhile, Han, under more pressure in her service game, has held just one so far in the match. She also gets things back to 30 all. Meanwhile, big serve from Siegerman, and I mentioned it. Siegerman's played a good match on serve. He's making 70% of his first serves, winning 70% of those points. Had one blink. It was the opening game of the match. Back to deuce for Siegerman. Meanwhile, again, I should be keeping a notepad in front of me. It's a little bit more difficult to do when you're monitoring between two matches, but 10, 12 +1 errors for Snow Han in this match. Forced to be aggressive right now. Aggression not paying off, and here's a big look at break point. Second serve chance here. Let's see what Kazireva does. Look for her to run around and hit the forehand. Yeah, we've seen Kazireva do that with so much success over these past 2 weeks. Kazireva aggressive out of that ad side corner. It's where we'll see her, plays the deuce side actually in doubles. Nevertheless, takes a 2-love break lead. Meanwhile, Ryan Siegerman gets his way out of a jam. Here's something we haven't seen. He's just up on the scoreboard. 1-love in set number 2. We go full screen now to our women's singles semifinal. Again, for Maria Kazireva. Now 23-8 overall in the pro circuit matches that she's played. Currently 773 in the live rankings, but should crack the top 750 in next week's WTA rankings poll. Again, what does that mean for Kazireva? From a professional perspective, just means she's that much more likely. Again, it's a 15K event here in San Diego. Next level being the 25Ks, the 50Ks. Obviously, you're going to have to be a little bit higher ranked to get into those higher point offering events. For Kazireva to be at St. Mary's and her season about a month ago, to be able to stay in that area and launch her pro career in conditions she's familiar with. Obviously, it's paid dividends for her here early. And again, how quickly can she get into that top 500, 400 range where you can really start playing 50Ks, 100Ks. Have the opportunity to earn some bigger rankings points. That's the question for her here early. Of course, still has to get over this Snow Han hump, and we saw this exact scenario unfold in the first set. Kazireva up an early break, 2-love, just to see Han get that break right back. Han in position to do so again, 15-30. Good drop shot from Han, had Kazireva pinned behind that baseline. Credit to Kazireva again. You see the quickness, you see the effort. Gets her racket on that ball. Great ball from Han there to get Kazireva extended. Again, Kazireva can hit that forehand heavy, but we know that grip can put her in some trouble as well. And similar script to set number one. Kazireva with the early 2-love lead. Han gets the break back. We're on serve. Meanwhile, how about this? First break point chances of the match for Ryan Siegerman. Now he's got to look at a second serve as well. There it is. All right. So it was love 30 to open up this second set, and now Ryan Siegerman. 2-love lead here in set number 2. For what it's worth in that opening service game. On with 3 of 6 on first serves. So his first blink, and Siegerman capitalizes. Can he consolidate, though? That's just, I mean, I could have done that. And yeah, that'll frustrate Siegerman. Certainly not what you want to do first point after getting the break. Of course, again, I see some Denis Novikov in the game of the 22-year-old Siegerman. And again, at AL Gruskin, at Cracked Racquets on Twitter. Feel free to reach out to us with your thoughts, comments. Of course, you can hop into our YouTube comment section as well. All right. Is that 15 all or love 30? What am I missing here? Maybe Ponwith missed that first forehand, and that's what led to the Siegerman slice, which would... Oh, there we go. No, okay. It was love 30. Shout out to the eyes. As always, scoreboard corrected here, 15-30. Make it 30 all, though. That's a nice serve from Siegerman, and he can hit those slices, due side wide, add side tee so well. Can snap the serve as a kick. I've seen him go flat into the body a couple of times as well. There are a lot of pieces to enjoy in the game of Ryan Siegerman. And if you're a Tar Heel fan, let head coach Sam Paul, associate head coach Tripp Phillips, start working on some of the defensive skills as well. And there you go. Ponwith certainly got a high backhand volley he would have wanted, but that's probably the toughest shot in tennis to hit well. Good spot from Siegerman on the first pass, set up the +2 pass. Now game point chance for Siegerman to consolidate. Ryan Siegerman, 3-love lead here in set number 2. Got ourselves a match, folks. Meanwhile, let's go back over to our women's singles semifinal. Snow Han had just broken back 4-1-2. But Maria Kazireva, again, same script we saw here in set number 1, has just been all over. Snow Han service game has broken Han 5 of 6 times here in this match. has moved the ball around the court. Again, let's go split screen here as we enjoy our opening semifinals. Again, have another set of singles semifinals coming up after this. More players with collegiate tennis ties. On the men's side, going to be Duarte Valle taking on number 2 seed Zhi Li. On the women's side, be top seed Jessica Fela, former Pepperdine standout, taking on a semifinalist from last week, Ya Yang. So Snow Han doing what she could not do in the first set. Gets that break back on Kazireva, 4-3-2. We've got ourselves a match, folks, here in both of our men's and women's singles semifinals. Meanwhile, Ryan Siegerman has found his rhythm. Two more breakpoint chances here on Nate Ponwith after winning just 4 points on serve in set number 1. Could it be back-to-back breaks here for the 22-year-old to start set number 2? For love, Ryan Siegerman. Look at him, willing to grind. Allowing Ponwith, who, again, a fantastic counterpuncher, uses his athleticism so well, but generating that pace. Siegerman forcing Ponwith to do that, and some errors have compiled here early. For love, Siegerman. Meanwhile, again, the question for Snohan. 20-year-old has been broken in 5 of her 6 service games. Down love 15 here again to Kazireva. Mon's faced over 25 break points in her last 2 matches. She's been in these positions before, but Kazireva. much better ball from Han. And again, measured, not rushed. Slowly but surely, those +1 errors have started to dissipate. She's extending rallies now. Meanwhile, Siegerman is just cruising. He's got himself game point chances here for 5-love. Han will take the freebie, a rare missed return in this match from Kazireva. Good hands at the net from Siegerman. 5-love. Let's go full screen in our women's semifinal. 30-all here, and it almost feels like this game is the match for Snow Han. It's been so difficult for her to find anything easy in this match. Kazireva's given her 2 missed returns here in this 2-3 service game. I cannot imagine Kazireva's missed more than 5 returns in this match. .30 now. Kazireva, another heavy forehand return. And again, I know I keep repeating myself. I apologize for Kazireva. That forehand against bigger weapons, it may break down on her. Big backswing, bit of an extreme grip, but when she has time to load into that ball, boy, does it explode through the court. Yeah. I mean, again, this game's a must for Snow Han. She's been trailing since the first game of this match, was down 2-0. Narrowed the deficit to 1-2, but then quickly went down 4-1 in that first set. Of course, was down 2-love and 3-1 in this second set. This would be the first time she'd leveled the scoreboard since love in the match. But there's a +1 error. I said they had gone away. I jinxed her. That one's on me. Back to deuce here. Meanwhile, did Ponwith get on the board? Don't want to miss that Siegerman service game. Obviously, he'll have a couple chances to serve for the match here, so we'll go split screen and stay here split screen. That's using her quickness to a T. Brilliant play there from Kazireva. She's got a break point chance. Again, you just feel like with all the pressure Snow-Han's faced in this match, might this be the one that pushes her over the edge? That's tough for Snow-Han Kazireva. Again, all credit in the world to Masha Kazireva. Looking to make it 8 wins in her first 9 singles matches as a pro. Now up a set and a break. Meanwhile, Ryan Siegerman, 22-year-old, competing in just his 2nd professional main draw. 3 points away from forcing a 3rd set. Make it 2 points away now. Pon with a long look at that service call. Siegerman's had so much success with that slider out wide, and obviously this set has gone some way towards padding his stats, but for Ryan Siegerman now in this semifinal, making 70% of his first serves, 30 of 42, 71% win percentage on his first serve points. You see the outlines. Last week it was August Holmgren, his serve +1 forehand game, carrying him to success. I don't think Siegerman's there yet. There are a lot of things to like in the 22-year-old's game. So 30 all now. Siegerman not done yet. Set point, Siegerman. How about that? Ryan Siegerman forcing the 3rd set. 6-1, he takes it over the 6th seed Nathan Pon with 2 completely different stories in those 2 sets. Pon with able to get that first break in set number 1. Hold serve with ease, but you look at the stats for Pon within set number 2. Won just 6 of 16 points on serve. So yeah, anyone's match heading into set number 3. Meanwhile, here, 23-year-old Masha Kazireva. 6-2, 5-2 lead. She is 1 game away from back-to-back singles and doubles finals here in the USTA Pro Circuit. Let me say that again. Back-to-back here in our SoCal Pro Circuit. Double finals appearances for the 23-year-old. And you look for Masha Kazireva. Again, all WCC first team performer in both singles and doubles. Was a top 50 player in college tennis throughout the course of her final season. But to see her have this degree of success, absolutely shocking. Not absolutely shocking, but extraordinarily encouraging, I should say here. And again, Alex Gruskin, our Cracked Racquets team, so excited to call these USTA SoCal Pro Circuit events. Of course, these events providing the perfect opportunities for players like the Kazirevas, the Siegermans, the Ponwiths, a player like a Snowhan and others to dip their toes in the professional tennis waters. Of course, next week, our coverage continues with our final event in the San Diego area. It's going to take place at the Barnes Tennis Center, men's, women's, singles, doubles. Of course, we'll have our coverage continuing next Saturday. We'll have Championship Sunday on Father's Day for all of you tuning in as well. Of course, then we have a week off before we head to the Los Angeles stretch of this 6-tournament circuit. Of course, if you haven't signed up and want to, as a player in the SoCal area, get into those final pre-qualifying events while you still can. Masha Kazireva has broken Snowhan, former top 800 player in the world. Han, now a rising redshirt sophomore at USC. Han's been broken in 5 of 6 service games, now down 15 here. That land good. Oh, it's just that sort of day for Masha Kazireva. Working the forehand to every corner of the court, 2 points away from a second consecutive second pro circuit final of her career. Match point, Masha. Again, credit to the 20-year-old Snowhan, quarterfinalist last week, semifinalist this week. Certainly find her form here early in the SoCal Pro Circuit. And there are certainly building blocks, again, for the 20-year-old here to beat fellow collegiate standouts, you know, a UCLA rival of hers in Kimmy Hance, the Rapaloos, the Vicky Hoos of the world. A lot for Han to be proud of here this week at the University of San Diego. Oh, Masha Kasireva goes big with that forehand. And hey, it ain't over till it's over. That's 2 match points fought off. 30-40 here, though. Match point number 3. All right, we're back to deuce. Ain't over till it's over. Meanwhile, Ponwith serving first in set number 3 in our men's singles semifinal. We'll, of course, get back to that match momentarily. If you're Snowhan, you come out of this match again, 6-2, 5-2, game point here for Han. Han's won 17 of 49 points on serve today. 17 of 49. It's not great when you're winning less than 35% of your service points, especially when you're making 80% of your first serves. Again, 17 of 50. Han's made 40 of 50 first serves. So again, she's making 80% of her first serves. For what it's worth, there have been 110 points played on the first serve. Just 19 first serve misses. So both these players are rolling their first serves in. Kasireva just having pronounced more success, creating attacking opportunities for herself. Han a little long there on the approach shot, so it's match point number 4. Kasireva showing off the feel as well with the dropper. Can she get over the finish line this time? Yeah, you're wondering where's that forehand been? For Snowhan, certainly a little easier to hit it when you're facing the pressureless scenario of a down 6-2, 5-2. And finding that ball more frequently, just creating opportunities like that for herself to attack. That's the next step, obviously, for Han here as she continues to progress in her tennis career. Match point coming up again, number 5 here for Kasireva. Can she get over the finish line? All right, game point chance now for Han. And Han gets on the board 4-3-5. Kazireva still the opportunity to serve for this match. Can we go split screen momentarily here? Nate Ponwith has himself a bit of an opening here early in set number 3. Now 30 all for Ponwith here, but again, with those break opportunities, just the one break opportunity for him, just the one break converted for him thus far in this match. Hasn't sniffed a 30 all in quite a bit of time as well. First real verbal display of emotion from Ponwith in this match. Obviously, again, that second set raced by so quickly. He was down 5-0 in the snap of a finger. Now has himself break point chances again. Siegerman's been vulnerable in all 3 of his opening service games of these sets. Was broken in set 1, fought off love 30 in set 2. Fights off a break point chance here in set number 3 as well. We're back to deuce there. Siegerman getting back to what he does best with that +1 tennis. Meanwhile, Kazireva just had 5 match points fought off. Now 15 love here in her 5-3 service game. Meanwhile, again, that's what Siegerman does best. The serve, the +1. Big hold for Siegerman, 4-1 all. Let's go full screen. Kazireva Han. Kazireva 2 points away. All right. It gets a little complicated for the St. Mary's grad. Puts her in an uncomfortable location on the court there. Now has herself a break point chance to get us back on serve, quotation marks, here in the second set. So Snow extends the match. Fights off 5 break points. Breaks Kazireva at 30-40. So we play on 5-4 back again on serve, although Snow has held twice in her 6th service game, so certainly she is not out of trouble yet. Meanwhile, Nate Ponwith just had himself a break point chance. Seegerman able to fight it off. Now 1-all, 15-all here. Nice wide serve there from Ponwith, who saw his first serve percentage dip 68% in the first set. It was just over 60% in the second. Again, went from dropping just 5 points on serve in set number 1 to winning just 6 points on serve in set number 2. Seegerman very comfortable. I think he's more comfortable hitting that forehand slice out of the ad corner than he is the backhand. Had some success with that forehand slice today. And again, Westhoff, as soon as they're back in that women's match, feel free to go split screen. Ponwith holds 4-2-1. We'll go full screen again here in our women's semifinal. Maria Kazireva, 5 match point chances in the 2-5 service game of Snow, including a love 40 lead in that service game. But some errors have begun to pile up. Maybe an inkling of belief for Snow now as well. Yeah, I'm going to give that ball a look as well. It was close. I think it did just hit the line. Good save from Kazireva after that lob got over her head for 15-all. And it's getting tight. There's no denying that. The drop shot was a bailout. And again, speaking to the pressures of the moment, Snohan found excellent length, depth on those two prior backhands to go for the bailout there. You're just testing the athleticism of Masha Kazireva. And as we've learned over these first 2 weeks of the SoCal Pro Circuit, you just can't do that. Match point 6 coming up here for the 23-year-old. That's the forehand she wanted. Excellent length on the return. Excellent depth on the return. Excellent spot on the return. Just missed the put away forehand. Match point 7 coming up now. And look, Kazireva just going to continue to shake her head. Has had 7 match points. All of them wiped away. Ay, ay, ay. Again, credit to Snohan, who is just fighting. But we all have eyes. And if we are being honest with ourselves, the missed approach shot at 1540, a couple of loose missed returns in the 2-5 service game of Snohan. Kazireva has had her chances and has just gotten a bit loose with things here down the home stretch. And we all see the crosswind. Snohan, 7 match points. Fought off now 4-5 all. And again, we've got a third set going on in our men's singles semifinal. Nate Ponwith earning that break for 3-1. Apologies, we haven't been showing it. But again, 7 match points. Fought off by the 20-year-old rising redshirt sophomore at USC, Snohan. Of course, Jung Shuahan, the full name. Teammates will call her Snow. We'll stay split screen though for now. right, Kazireva does a good job of bouncing back here. 2 game point chances for her to stay in front on the scoreboard. Take a 6-5 lead. Meanwhile, Siegerman. We'll tell you what, if Nate Ponwith does hold on to this break lead and win this match, that passing shot he just hit at Love 30 in Westhoff, make a mark. Incredible on the run forehand there from the 24-year-old. Yeah, frustration from Han. That's the ball she's just struggled to land here today. After all of that effort, Kazireva holds 4-6-5. Let's go full screen in our men's semifinal. Nate Ponwith here trying to consolidate the break lead. Ridiculous on the run pass for 15-30. It's fascinating to me to see Ryan Siegerman more comfortable hitting an inside-out forehand slice than he is hitting the backhand out of that corner. $15.40 now. 2 breakpoint chances to get us back on serve. And of course, we will go split screen with that Kazireva Han match momentarily. Doesn't love the call. Again, there's a lines person standing behind Siegerman out of view in your camera, but there is a lines person right on that line to go along with the chair. Ponwith fights off 1 breakpoint chance. Let's go split screen now. Super producer Daniel Westhoff, just to ensure we don't miss anything. First point underway. That land good for Han. Looks like it did. Kazireva was waiting for a call that never came. Love for Han, who again has fought off 7 match points in our women's singles semifinal. Back on serve. Siegerman gets the break back. 4-2-3. Let's go full screen on our women's singles semifinal. Big forehand return from Kazireva. Again, that ball in particular, that return of serve, so critical to Kazireva's success today. I've mentioned the numbers here throughout, but Kazireva winning 58% of her return points. Has had more success actually as a returner today than a server. It's a really good play though from Snow Han, especially with that heavy wind. That wind working left to right on your screen right now. Smart play with the wind to hit behind Kazireva there. 30 all now. Let's go back to split screen. I'll be able to show both of these matches to you all. Match point, Kazireva. Let's go full screen. That one. That's the second time that exact forehand. 15-40 in the 4-5 service game of Snow Han. Kazireva had that same pattern, inside out, getting Han stretched outside of the court, essentially the entire deuce side to play with. She has missed that forehand in the net twice now. Again, she's been in front from the start here in today's match. Just cannot get over the finish line right now. 8 match points up, 8 match points down for Snow Han. We're back to deuce. All right, game point chance for Han. Let's go back to that split screen. Siegerman does hold 4-3 all, so we're on serve in the third set. Again, singles semifinals session number 1. Ay. Again, the errors piling up for Kazireva, a testament to her mental fortitude. 8 match points up, 8 match points down. You feel like it almost has to be this set for Kazireva. For her to have as many opportunities as she had, if she would drop this. Ay. And credit to Snow Han, who's just stuck around. Put herself in this position. Breaker coming in our second set. All right, Han goes wide there. Meanwhile, again, it's just becoming very difficult for Nate Ponwith to do much beyond the first serve to hurt Ryan Siegerman with. Siegerman's found a really good read on the Ponwith serve and ball in general. And it feels like that Siegerman forehand is the biggest weapon on the court right now. Yeah, and I think that's maybe the 5th backhand Siegerman's hit in this match. Ponwith can find that backhand. He's having success. Siegerman's done a really good job protecting that wing. Still 40-15 here for Ponwith. Meanwhile, 1-all for Kazireva. Make that 2-1 Snow-Han. This is the first time Snow-Han's been leading in anything on the scoreboard here today. Again, a missed return from Kazireva at 1-love. Forehand goes awry there. The errors have certainly picked up. Big hold from Pon with 2 big ad-side serves to the backhand. He holds 4-4-3. Let's go full screen now on this women's singles semifinal. Snow-Han connecting with an on-the-rise forehand. She's got the mini break 3-2 lead. And again, 8 match points for Maria Kazireva in this set. 8 of them. 2 forehands. I don't want to say wide open court, but 2 forehands that likely would have gotten the job done. She missed them both in the net on 2 of those 8 match points. Now Han willing to take some chances. Connecting with a couple of inside-in forehands. 4-2 lead now. She's 3 points away from forcing an improbable. Again, it was 6-2, 5-2, love 40. Triple match point for Kazireva. We're potentially 3 points away from a split. Let's go split screen in the meantime. Again, 4-3, Nate Ponwith up. But on serve in the 3rd set, Alex Gruskin here. So excited to continue our coverage of the SoCal Pro Circuit. All right, Siegerman holds 4-5. All meanwhile, again, a frustrated Kazireva. You can understand why. 5-3, Snohan the mini break lead. Kazireva will take it. 4-5, and again, we are going to stay split screen here. Crunch time in both of our opening semifinals. Massive thank you to Wilson, USTA ITF, Bryan Foundation, Bruce Kleege and family, of course, the Southern California Tennis Association Foundation. Capital Investments takes a mountain to make a circuit like this happen. We're so fortunate to be a part of it here at Cracked Racquets. Tell you what, Kazireva got the return she was looking for, still confidently running around that ad side forehand. Meanwhile, Nate Ponwith, so disciplined in serving to that ad side out wide. Simply put, you give a ball to that Ryan Siegerman forehand, he's a threat to do anything at any moment off that wing. So much power there. Smart play from both of our first set winners. Meanwhile, there you test the forehand. I like that play from Ponwith to mix up the spots, go into that body. Served much better here in set number 3. He's now got 3 game point chances. Meanwhile, after all of that effort, let's go full screen. On court number 4. Match point number 9. First one for her on serve. But match point number 9 coming up here for Maria Kazireva. We play on. 9 match points up, 9 match points down. Meanwhile, Nate Ponwith does hold 4-5-4. So Ryan Siegerman gonna serve to stay alive. And again, if you look at this match, Maria Kazireva 6-2, 5-2. There's also up love 40 in that 5-2, 2-5 service game, excuse me, of Snohan, the 20-year-old rising sophomore from USC, looking to reach a 3rd career pro final. Be her first since 2020. 2 points stick out in particular. 40-15 in that 5-2 service game, excuse me, 15-40. Similarly, and a 30-40 match point chance her 6-5 return game had open forehands to the deuce court. Missed them both, did Kazireva. Again, Snohan right now playing the role of survivor. She's fought off 9 match points. Let's go back to split screen as Ryan Siegerman looks to serve again. 4-5 in the third set there. Here are some words you never thought you'd say out loud. Set point for Snohan. No, you're kidding me. First set point for Snohan, and we see the double fault. Just inexplicable. The rhythm of this women's singles semifinal. I don't know what's going on, folks. Kazireva goes big on the backhand. Given her body language, it didn't seem to land good. I don't believe it did either. 5-all now on the men's side. 7-8 set point here for Kazireva. Let's for Snohan. Let's go full screen. Ooh. We're going 3. Snohan, 9 match points down. Takes a 9-7 breaker and a 7-6 second set. I don't know, folks. I just don't know what to tell you. Such resolve, resilience from Han. But man, if you are Maria Kazireva, you are scratching your head right now. Meanwhile, we missed it, but Kazireva expressing that frustration. Let's just say her racket was on the receiving end of that frustration following the end of that second set. Pawn with now 4 game point chances. Three game point chances, excuse me. Smart +1 ball from Ponwith deep into that Singerman backhand wing. Ponwith holds 4-6-5. Again, Alex Gruskin here. It's week number 2 of the SoCal Pro Circuit. We're at the University of San Diego. Snohan fought off 9 match points from 5-2 down in the second set. Highway robbery. She escapes with it 7-6. And let's see again, Maria Kazireva playing her 9th singles match in about 11 days. Kazireva also won the doubles title last week in Rancho Santa Fe. She'll play later today in the doubles final as well. You just have to wonder again how much gas is left in the tank for the 23-year-old. So again, Maria Kazireva was up 2-love in the first set, 2-love in the second set. Now it may be Snohan. Game points here for a 1-love lead. You just do wonder again, can Kazireva keep herself composed? All of the frustration she must be feeling. The errors have piled up, and credit to Snohan, who puts herself in a position to capitalize from those errors. She takes a 1-love lead. Meanwhile, Ryan Siegerman here, 5-6, 30-love, and will stay here. single screen view for the rest of this men's singles semifinal. So we go to the third set buster. Look for Nate Ponwith in his career. Again, 2 previous Futures finals. Hasn't made one since August 2019. Ponwith 6-10 overall in his pro career in tiebreakers. Again, for Siegerman, just his 2nd career professional main draw. Won a tiebreaker earlier this week against Jack Anthrop. Lost a tiebreaker 2017. First round of a Futures. So 1-1 in his pro career in breakers. Buster to decide things, 1st to 7. Win by 2. Ponwith to serve first. Early mini break goes to Ponwith, a little too much juice on the +1 forehand for Siegerman. And that's, again, the thinking here in this 3rd set breaker. Siegerman going to have to find first forehands. Ponwith, of course, going to have to find that Siegerman backhand with his first serve. Can't get complacent, though, in picking that spot. That's great effort, Nate Ponwith. Excellent discipline, though, from Ryan Siegerman in this sort of pressure-packed situation. 3rd set breaker, 1st pro final on the line. Yeah, those seemed like routine overheads. They were anything but for Ryan Siegerman. Still Ponwith the early mini break 2-1 lead. Again, just, well, I guess that 2nd set sort of made things a little bit more lopsided. Both players winning over 70% of their points on the first serve. Holding on to that mini break lead. Meanwhile, for what it's worth, bad has gone to worse for Masha Kazireva. Snohan now 2-love. Early break lead for the 20-year-old in our women's singles semifinal. Smart shot from Ponwith. Again, smart play there to just be the aggressor, move forward. Even if it wasn't the biggest approach out there, played to a comfortable target. Siegerman's just a different player when he's on his back foot. Again, a little Dora in Finding Nemo. Just keep swimming right now if you're Nate Ponwith. 4-1 lead. Because you see the hands right there. Smooth with it. Here's Ryan Siegerman. Still 4-2 mini break lead for Nate Ponwith. Let's go now split screen quickly. Check in on our women's singles semifinal again. Things going from bad to worse for Masha Kazireva. I mean, again, you think of some comparisons. You don't want to say it was Patriots down 28-3 to the Atlanta Falcons in the second half of the Super Bowl, but 9 match points, 6-2, 5-2, love 40, 9 match points. It's about as pretty as you can sit. Meanwhile, 2 efficient points on serve for Ryan Siegerman. Pressure goes back to Nate Ponwith, who's still up that mini break 4-3 lead. Kazireva just out there swinging. Far more aimless in her intent. Down 3-love. Snohan consolidates the early break lead in the third. Again, here for Nate Ponwith, finding that backhand. So important for Ponwith. Again, has not reached a pro final since turning full-time pro. Big +1 to the open space. Gave himself a big target. Siegerman likes to go with that slice when on the run. Just a little too much pace from Ponwith there, and now Nate Ponwith 5-3. I think we all know kick serve T. One imagines that's the spot for Ponwith here. That's the high percentage play. Is he going to go with it? Not the spot I expected with that +1 forehand. I thought for sure that's inside out. Looked like he had the open stance, active with his feet, but big body draws the error. And again, Nate Ponwith was up break early in this third set. Lost that second set in about 17 minutes, but has just been so solid. Able to weather the power tennis of Siegerman. Can get one more on the board here. Second serve look coming up. That hit line? It does. All right. If you're going to save match point, that's how you do it. Go back. Here for Siegerman, 4-6. Has loved to hit that slider out wide on the deuce side. Feels like that's the go-to play here. Flat chord there. Obviously a college ace here on the pro circuit. We'll try that again. Yeah. Called just long. Ryan Siegerman does his job. 2 more points protected on serve, a +1 forehand, getting the job done. Nate Ponwith for the match here today. An extraordinarily impressive 71% made on first serves. He's won 79% of those first serve points. Can he find another big first serve here? Match point Ponwith. Again, would be shocked to see him go with anything but the kick serve out wide. And instead, we play on. 6-all now. As we make the turn. 3 match points fought off for Ryan Siegerman. Now, of course, only the one of them as a returner. But he'll take the gift Ponwith offers him. Again, these breakers played to 7, win by 2. Obviously win by 2 the rest of the way here in this one. Siegerman just his second main draw. Somewhere Sam Paul and Tripp Phillips are smiling. Siegerman going to head over from Princeton to North Carolina for his final collegiate season. Again, considering it's main draw number 2. Go from the Ivy League success he had to the Pro Tour success right away. Already a winning week here. Are you serious, Nate Ponwith? Look, playing through the Ryan Siegerman forehand, always dangerous. Was the slice forehand approach necessarily the best choice in that instance? Maybe not. A little bit like taking that pull-up 3, 21 seconds left in the shot clock. You just had more time with that ball. That said, inside-out forehand pass for Nate Ponwith sets up match point number 4. Well, maybe that's why you can afford to go with the slice forehand approach when you've got the +1 game to rely upon. Again, Ryan Siegerman. His serve, his +1 forehand, the single biggest weapon in this match. Siegerman winning 75% of his first serve points. Siegerman's been broken just twice. 3 breaks of Nate Ponwith. Seven all now coming up. Ball. Again, I had a whole spiel ready when we go back and check the film. The slice at 6-all, the slice at 7-all. Maybe those are the 2 shots Ryan Siegerman may want back. But the slice was ultimately effective. And now it's match point for the 22-year-old. Meanwhile, right now, 4-love, 30-love for Snow Han. Make that 4-love 30-15 as she is cruising in that third set, and you just felt for Kazireva to have all of those opportunities. It did feel like the dam broke after she was broken to go down 2-love in that third set. But 7-8 first match point for a first pro final for Ryan Siegerman. That's twice. Oh, okay, so that one made far more sense. Why does Ryan Siegerman go to the forehand slice there? Because he broke a string on the return of serve, as you can tell. Ponwith will take it, though. And again, such efficient footwork. Running around that ball to find the forehand pass. Match point fought off 8-all. Ponwith missing long on that forehand line. Excellent defense out of the corner from Ryan Siegerman. Match point on his serve. Nate Ponwith, forehand pass after forehand pass. I love that choice from Siegerman. Love the target. I even liked the execution. It's just good tennis from Nate Ponwith. And I will tell you what, the level in this match has significantly risen here down the home stretch. Meanwhile, can we quickly go split screen? I know you'll let me know, super producer Daniel Westoff, as that women's final set approaches. I mean, yeah, 5-love, Snohan. Errors piling up for Maria Kazureva here in the third set. And for what it's worth, Kazureva, again, just some stats for all of you, has seen her first serve percentage fall from 88% in set number 1 to 69% in set number 3, but she's 4 of 13 on points on serve. Make that, I believe, 4 of 14 now here in set number 3. Just again, a collapse from Kazureva. She'll think about those 9 match points. Certainly the rest there, though she does have a doubles final coming up later today. Meanwhile, 9-all. I guess we'll stay split screen here for now. No, if you're Ryan Siegerman, say it ain't so. Let court double fault after the change of ends. Let's go full screen. Nate Ponwith had a couple of match points up 6-3. Fought off a couple of match points here at 8-7 and 9-8. Now a match point on serve. 10-9. Had this opportunity at 6-5. Was a +1 error for Ponwith. Let's see if he goes high percentage here. Look for that kick serve out wide. Come on! 24-year-old Nate Ponwith into his first ITF Pro Circuit final since 2019. What a match. 6-4, 1-6, 7-6. The number 6 seed escapes as the first player to advance to our singles final. Wouldn't this be something? Kazureva finds a way here to dig. She's down triple match point. Seemed impossible an hour ago when it was 6-2, 5-2. Kazureva up 40-love in that Snohan service game. 9 match points later. Again, Maria Kazureva, worth noting, it's her 9th singles match in as many days. In the doubles final later today as well. What a match. One we will remember throughout the course of this SoCal Pro Series. Snohan, the 20-year-old rising sophomore out of USC, into a 3rd career pro final, her first since February 2020. Snohan 2-6, 7-6, 6-love. She advances to the ITF Pro Circuit final here at the University of San Diego. And what a day. What a morning session of singles matches. Of course, we've still got 2 singles semifinals matches to go. Of course, when we get back, we'll have both of those matches. We'll have our doubles finals coming up about 15, 20 minutes after those as well. Of course, we'll have the chance to see Maria Kazureva play again. But what a performance from the 20-year-old Snohan. Again, I was ready to write her off down 5-2, love 40 in that second set. Nevertheless, she's able to come through, ultimately advances with that 6th love in the third pro singles final for her, third pro singles final for Nate Ponwith as well. He's able to fight off a couple match points in the third set breaker, ultimately take that match 7-6 in the third. What a performance from Ryan Siegerman to get the wild card, reach the semifinals in just your second pro main draw of your career. Certainly, again, fun singles matches to kick off our day, but we've got 2 more to go, then the doubles finals as well. We hope you'll stick with us. We're going to take about a 5-minute break here at Cracked Racquets as we wait for the next set of semifinalists to work their way onto the court. But for now, for all of our fantastic sponsors, the USTA, the ITF, Wilson, and the various foundations who help make this circuit possible, I'm your host, Alex Gruskin. You are watching the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. Welcome back, everyone, to our Cracked Racquets coverage of week 2 of the SoCal Pro Circuit. Alex Gruskin, what a way to start semifinal Saturday. 2 3-set matches. Now, certainly lack some drama at the end of our first women's singles semifinal, but what a performance from rising sophomore at USC Snohan, the 20-year-old, able to fight off nine match points to advance to her third career professional final, of course, on the men's side. Number 6 seed Nate Ponwith making the first pro final as a full-time pro in his career, of course, third in his pro experience. Ponwith a 7-6 and a third win over 22-year-old Ryan Siegerman. Again, this SoCal Pro Circuit designed to offer opportunities to players like Siegerman, just finished his career at Princeton. One more year of college tennis to go. He'll play that at the University of North Carolina. An encouraging week of tennis from Siegerman, but you gotta feel good for Nate Ponwith. Takes advantage of this opportunity, and now with this result creeping back in on that top 700 of the rankings. But with that said, first set of singles semifinals out of our minds, we now turn our attention to singles semifinals number 2. And I believe we have both matches already on court. They're ready to rock and roll on the University of San Diego's campus. And again, a massive shout out to the University of San Diego. If you have a tennis facility that looks this good, you might as well show it off even after the college season ends. We continue our coverage here with semifinals number 2. Let's start with our women's match. Super producer Daniel Westhoff, and let's go full screen there. Number 1 seed Jessica Fela. Standout career, of course, at both Pepperdine University and the University of Southern California. Helped lead her team to the NCAA final in that 2021 season. And I'll say this about Jessica Fela right off the top. I guarantee you that the 24-year-old will become the best version of herself at some point in her career. The work ethic of Fela, I don't want to say, again, others can match it, but no one's work ethic going to exceed the 24-year-old. And you look for Fela, comes into the week ranked number 473 in the rankings. Now lost some major points off of her resume at Fela, as Fela big run at the end of last season, reached a 25K quarterfinal at the end of May last year. Look for Fela was 30-17 last season in her first full season as a pro. 7-4 this year, playing in her first event since February. Is the #1 seed, been dealing with some nagging issues. Of course, Fela now back on court here. Again, looking to reach her first singles final since December 2019. Fela starts with the early hold, One Love. Of course, if those of you who tuned into week 1 of the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit will recognize Fela's opponent today. Taking on talented 18-year-old Yang out of the Chinese Taipei, 9-15 in the world coming into this week's event. Currently 852 in the live rankings. Is the 18-year-old closing in on her career high of 836. Of course, you look for Yang, again, at 18 years old, to have the success that she's had on the pro circuit. 20-7 overall in her last 52 weeks of competition. That includes runs to back-to-back finals in Cairo. The 15K level, won a title in the first of those finals. Semi-finalist last week in Rancho Santa Fe, now into another semifinals. Again, if your last 4 pro results, or 4 of your last 5, you've gone final, semifinals, semifinals, you're probably doing something right. And by the way, Fela, I said hold of serve. Fela, the early break of serve of the 18-year-old. And right off the bat, if you're asking me who has the power advantage, I would offer that edge to the 18-year-old, but just about every other advantage, consistency, movement, and experience edge, all go to the top seed Fela. But you see there, Yang's going to have her opportunities to tee off. This is going to be a fascinating test for Fela, who, again, has been inside that top 500. Falls out of it this week, but can get right back in the mix by continuing her success. Of course, you look for Fela again. Fascinated to see how she faces off against players with weapons like a Yang, because if you don't have a weapon, Fela's going to kill you. Now, it may not be a 6-love score line, but she is just going to wear you down physically, move that ball around the court. Again, credit to Yang here. Aggressive with her first strike. Now Love 30. A bit of an opening as she tries to get that break back. Two early break point chances here for the 18-year-old 5 seed Yang. Great ball from Yang down the line. Fela finding that out at third. Just, again, good anticipation from Yang to sit in that ad side corner, change direction as she does. This is going to be a fun match. I just think every match Jessica Fela plays is inherently enjoyable because she's going to work her way physically into the match. No disrespect to the match we just saw between Snow Han, Maria Kazireva, but there was a lot of broken tennis, right? A lot of 4 to 6 shot rallies. I mean, that's just exceptional. Again, if you're playing Jessica Fela, be ready to grind. And credit to Yai Yang, who's come out patient here. We're 2 games in, extraordinarily patient. And I don't mean to ignore our men's semifinal, but quite frankly, this match is just already really good. So love 15 here as, again, we've traded breaks in our first 2 games of semifinal number 2. That's tough. Great footwork from Fela to get in a position, hits that ball essentially on the service line. Such a good returner is Fela. See her on top of that baseline again here on the return of serve. 4 more breakpoint chances. Look at a second serve here as well. Took Yang so much hard work just to get that break back. Fela responds in kind. 3 straight breaks, excuse me, to kick off our women's semifinal number 2. Let's head over to the men's side now. Introduce our players competing for the right to challenge Nate Pon with for the title tomorrow. Of course, we're on serve here. 2-1. Number 3 seed Duarte Valle. 23-year-old, recently completed a prolific and All-American college tennis career at the University of Florida. Of course, played the number 1 singles position in 2021 when the team captured the men's team national championship. Valle struggled at the start of the 2022 season, but the moment the calendar switched outdoors, Valle started playing some of his best tennis. 18-6 overall in dual match play this season for the Gators. You look for Vale into a second consecutive semifinal here to kick off his pro career. Last week was a 3-set loss to August Holmgren to end his run in Rancho Santa Fe. You look for Vale this week, the 23-year-old. Awfully impressive in straight set victories over Adrian Boitan. Killed Rajan, earned a 3-set victory over Texas's Siam Walby in the second round as well. Here on the near side of your screen, it's 35-year-old and number 2 seed Julie. Strong first point from the 35-year-old, of course. Excuse me, Lee. 26 singles finals in his career, 24 of them coming at the futures level. He's won 14 titles, last of which came in June of 2018. Of course, you look for Lee in his last 52 weeks, 18-10 overall here this year. Of course, was out for the majority of the 2021 season with injury. The 35-year-old reached a career high 193 in the rankings back in 2019. He's played all but one match this season, 2 matches, excuse me, at the futures level. Just wide there from Vale. It's the 4th semifinal for Julie of the of the season. Made the semifinals three times, in Monaster, including once at the 25K level. And with his results this week, Legia now 21-11 on the season. Dropped a set in his first round match this week, but then straight set wins over Stanford's Max Bazing, Pepperdine's Eric Hadigian. Get to the semifinals. I know it's early, but having watched a lot of Duarte Vale throughout his career, I do think this court positioning we see should expect it to stick. Julie going to hold that baseline tight, be the aggressor, look to move forward. Duarte more than comfortable 5 to 6 feet behind the baseline, showing off his physicalities. When he gets on this side of the court, you'll see a lot of thigh. A man not afraid to rock the short shorts. Good serve there from the 2 seed. 4-30 now. That's what Duarte does best. You think you have him pinned against the back fence. So quick. He's the 23-year-old. Back to deuce here. And again, Alex Gruskin. You can reach out to me on Twitter at AL Gruskin. You can reach out at Crack Racquets. Feel free to throw your comments in the YouTube chat as well. We want to hear from you tuning in today. What's your favorite level of tennis to watch? Is it the Grand Slams? Is it the collegiate level? Or maybe you're like us, the tennis hipsters. Like a little bit of it all here, like we get at the SoCal Pro Circuit. Oh, if Duarte was there, that would have been Sports Center type speed. Really feathery touch at the net. So, another game point chance here. You can see the strong wind blowing on the shirt of Liege, the number 2 seed. Wind won't matter much when you can pin the return that deep. You do wonder how that plays a role again in these windy conditions. Wouldn't you rather be the aggressor? You just never know what the ball is going to do on those passing shots, particularly if you'd like to throw in the bump lob, as Vale likes to do to buy himself time. The wind can just grab a hold of that shot that much more easily. Second service game here. The number 2 seed, it's now a break point chance for Duarte Vale. The number 3 seed locked in physically as he tries to reach the first final of his now full-time pro career. Clear to me what the conversation is here. Seems to be fairly friendly. Is a let called? Liege will say ball don't lie. Fantastic backhand, guided up the line 4-2 all. And while we've been locked in here in this 1-2 service game, worth noting Jessica Fela has expanded her lead to 4-1 now. So a double break lead for the number 1 seed. She again looks to make her first pro final since the 2019 season. Another break point chance here for Vale. Again, when he can take away that +1 from Leege, you just feel like the longer the rally, the more advantage we have for Vale. Heck of a return from Duarte. Vale unloads on the inside in forehand. Again, no one has ever accused Duarte Vale of lacking athleticism. 23-year-old shows it off, takes a 3-1 early lead here in semifinal number 2. Let's go split screen now. Both of these matches comfortably underway. It's 4-1 for the recent USC and Pepperdine standout college graduate Jessica Fela. Fela ruthless on the return of serve right now. Her opponent, 18-year-old Yai yet to hold in today's match. Nice return there from Yang. You do start to wonder for the number 5 seed, 18 years old, Chinese Taipei. Do wonder, she's competed now 5 of the last 6 weeks. 3 of them were in Cairo, then a week off before coming here to compete in the SoCal Pro Circuit. She's made at least the semifinals in 4 out of those 5 weeks. That's a lot of matches on the body. When you're feeling like that, you know who's extraordinarily difficult to play, a grinder like Fela. It's good swings from Yang as she just tries to reestablish her rhythm. Even if this set gets away from her. Again, always a marathon, never a sprint. Playing someone with a game style like Fela. Deuce point coming up. Meanwhile, 30 all here for Duarte Vale as well. So, all right. Yang, a little bit of an opportunity now. Works her way back to a breakpoint chance. Good hold from volley 4-4-1. Meanwhile, how about that? Let's go to our women's singles semifinal full screen now. Like Jessica Fela had stuck her neck out in front, but not so fast. As the big hitting number 5 seed gets the break back again. She's yet to hold serve. Creating enough with her return of serve. Stay alive in this first set. Still down a break. 2-4. Great ball. Just opened up the space for herself with that serve out wide. Has the sort of firepower that Fela's got to cover the down the line. Or at least respect it with her movement. Taking advantage of that fact. The sneaker behind Fela. Smart hitting for 15 love. Again, those first points in games, so critical from a momentum standpoint. Because Fela can do that on your next return. Takes a first serve on the rise down the line, drilled at the feet. And again, I imagine many of you tuning in here on a Saturday play tennis yourselves. What are you supposed to do with that return? Not many options there. Big serving from the 18-year-old. She's now got game points to narrow this deficit to 3-4. Love the response we're seeing here, and of course last week for Yang, it was a tough 3-set loss to Kazireva, where she similarly came out slow out of the gates. Seemingly down again 4-1 before that match had even started. Same thing happens here. This time we see the bounce back once again. Power tennis of Yayi Yang, earning her the hold 4-3-4. Let's go back to our men's semifinal now. Duarte Valle up a 4-1 lead when we last checked in. All here for Duarte again. Done a great job absorbing that first strike, using his return to minimize the aggressive chances for the number 2 seed Leger. Back to deuce here. Oh, it just overcooks that one a little bit. Again, not to dismiss the efforts of the 35-year-old Kleege, who, look, if you're playing at this age, willing to grind on the future circuit, no one can deny your enthusiasm, your passion for the sport. But for Duarte Valle, another player much like Fela, you're just very certain he will be the best version of himself at some point in his career. Now, again, what does that look like? What is the ceiling on that player? That's tough to say. But again, for Duarte Valle, not the biggest guy in the world, 6 feet tall. How does he make life easy for himself? How does he handle those big weapons, some of the overwhelming size you can see at the top of today's ATP rankings? That's the question for him in his pro career. Clearly has the physicality, consistency to compete, and again has that mindset as well to be competitive in every point he plays, which again, given the physicality, the individuality, the grinding nature of this USTA Pro Circuit, it is a 52-week marathon for all of these players. Valle could have made that choice to take some time off after his final collegiate season. Is that an ice cream truck I hear in the background? Tell you what, if the University of San Diego is providing the ice cream trucks, they should be hosting a Grand Slam. That's the weaponry from Duarte Valle, his ability to step up closer to that baseline, assert himself there with the forehand. That's the ball that needs to become even more routine for him as he looks to ascend the rankings. And again, for Duarte Valle, who had a nice summer last year, made a couple of futures finals in Naples, in Tunisia. Valle currently inside the top 700 of the ATP rankings. Currently finds himself at a new career high of number 652. Again, the closer you get to that number 400 ranking, the more likely you're going to be able to get into things like challengers, qualifying, challenger main draws. Of course, you do that, there are just more ranking points in play, allow you to ascend the rankings more quickly. I think we will see Duarte Valle competing at that challenger level fairly soon. Sure, just a bit long on that ball. Valle, game point chances here, 40-15. Let's go split screen in the meantime. Again, Jessica Fela was up 4-1. It takes 2 games to narrow that gap to 4-3. Fela now a game point chance here. Keep herself in front 5-3. down the line. Forehand from Fela hits her spot on the mark. Looks like a sniper going off with that forehand down the line. 5-3. Fela 1 game away from the first set. Again, Alex Gruskin here. If you're just joining us earlier today, 2-3 set singles semifinals. There's number 6 seed Nate Ponwith. Unseeded Snow Han. Ultimately advancing to our finals. Meanwhile, we see Vale holding 4-5-2. Let's go full screen. Fela Yang. 18-year-old Yae Yang, a semifinalist last week. He's already made a couple of futures finals earlier this year. Quickly ascending up the WTA rankings, but and facing a veteran's veteran here in Jessica Fela. You look for Yang. And in terms of playing players inside the top 600 of the WTA rankings, she's 5-7 in her career. So again, this is a fascinating test for the big hitting youngster. Can she withstand the physicality here of Fela? Continue to find opportunities to be aggressive without becoming rushed, becoming sloppy. Now set point chance coming up for the number 1 seed. She's done such a good job of taking that Yang serve early on the rise. Back to Fela right now, 61% of her return points. Excellent. That is excellent. Set point down, patient, measured. Big ball to a fairly big target there. It's a big hold. Or Yai Yang puts the pressure back on the top seed, Jessica Fela. That said, when we come back, it will be 24-year-old Jessica Fela to serve for the first set. In the meantime, Duarte Valle had a 5-2 lead in our men's singles semifinal. We go back there now. We see Valle not waiting around for his service game. I mentioned Fela winning about 60% of the points she's played on return so far today. Volle's hanging around 45% right now. That is not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. Still game point chance here for Li Jie. So Fela now to serve for the set, and as soon as Fela gets back on screen, super producer Daniel Westhoff, let's go split screen here. So we have two players serving for first sets. Tough miss there from Yang. Tough miss from Li Jie as well. 30 all for, excuse me, so 15-30 for Fela, 15 all here for Valle. Break point chances back for Yang, and we did say at the start of the match, again, weapons, power advantage to Yang. How would she match the physicality of Fela? So far, she's answered the bell. From 4-1 down. Break point chances here. Bring us back to 5-all. Meanwhile, 15 now for Duarte Valle. And gets the break back. Big hitting from the 18-year-old 4-5 all. Let's go full screen here for Duarte Valle. Looking to close out the first set. 5-3, 30 all now. And again, this is where for Valle, adding miles per hour to that first serve. Just finding a way to win this point easily. Let's see what serve he comes up with here. All right, break point chance back for Kleege. Has done a great job matching the pacing here of Valle. Not overextending himself. Forcing himself into bad decisions. All right, let's go back to our split screen now. Again, don't want to miss out on that 5-all game. And it looks like Kayla's making a move back in it. And passing shot ends up in the net. So another break point chance here for Kleege. Meanwhile, break point chances for Fela. And is doing such a good job taking time away with her return to serve. And that's what happens if you don't lace that return at the feet of the number 5 seed. You give the 18-year-old any time to sit, forehand, backhand, wing. As we saw there, she possesses plus power. Big return here. And first serve. Fela again, one more break point chance. Great return from Fela. Better offense from Ya Yang. Now we're back to deucing both of our service games. Meanwhile, that's the one for Duarte Valle. Perfectly hit. Serve down the tee. It sets up a set point for him. Here I'd look for the combination kick serve wide. Inside in forehand. And he goes to that Lee forehand. Connects well. We're back to deuce. Set point chance for Fela can laces that return so well. Vale forced to go for just a little too much on that +1 ball. Certainly feeling the pressure here in his 5-3 service game. Point chance number 3 now for Julie. Meanwhile, Fila, 6-5 lead. Let's go full screen if we can, as we see the break. Oh, excuse me, simultaneous changeovers here as we see breaks on both courts. Leger staying alive at 4-5. Meanwhile, Fela gonna serve for the set again, up 6-5. Alex Gruskin here, so excited to continue our Cracked Rackets coverage of the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. Of course, these are not our final matches of the day. Coming up next, women's and men's doubles final. You look at our matchup on the women's side, plenty of college ties across the board. Of course, Maria Kazureva recently wrapped up a standout career at St. Mary's. She's partnered with fellow LMU standout Veronika Miroshnichenko. Duo won the title last week in Rancho Santa Fe. They're going to take on 2021 NCAA doubles champion McKenna Jones, partnered with Kimmy Hance, rising talent at UCLA. That's your women's doubles final. On the men's side, going to see 2 new teams in our 2 men's doubles final. Of course, it's going to be the all-Baylor duo, Jacob Brum. Today is Paralek taking on the now all-Cal Golden Bear duo, Yuta Kikuchi, Sidhant Banthia. Have those matches for you again coming up right after these. For now, let's go back to split screen. Both of these matches heating up at the end of the first set. Jessica Fela had opportunities to close out set number 1 already, but the relentless power tennis of Yai Yang allowed her to work her way back into that first set. Meanwhile, Vale just served for the set, excuse me. Lee just continuing to be the aggressor in terms of the battle of court positioning. He's the one who's been inside that baseline far more frequently still. Duarte Valley up front 5-4, now above 15 opportunity for him as well. There from Fela for 15 all. Big returning from Duarte Vale. Some of you may have heard me say this expression before. Legendary coach Mark Bay always says, love 15-second serve, the most dangerous place you can be. In fact, he ran the statistics for the 2021 season. 71% of breaks in the 2021 college tennis season, came down love 15 and a second serve in the service game. It's a good volley. from Liege. Good push forward. Meanwhile, Fela pushed outside the alley, going for broke on her backhand. This is that one in the net, so 30 all coming up for Fela, 15-30 coming up for Liege. Again, good measured +1 ball there from the number 2 seeded man. That's the good stuff, folks. Duarte Valle earns the break for a 6-4 first set, but let's go over to our women's singles semifinal now. About a 20-shot exchange there going the way of 18-year-old Yai Yang, and now break point chance back. Force a first set breaker, and again, given the physicality of this first set, we're over the hour mark. No, it sounds obvious. You do not want to be the player who loses this first. Oh, cheeky. And again, that's the ball. Sure, if it's 3 centimeters to her right, that's on the line. We're praising her boldness. But that's the sort of the pressure you feel under. Facing someone who's going to continue to extend rallies like Jessica Fela does. Smart shot from Fela. On the rise. She was in front from the start. Things got tricky down the home stretch of set number 1 for the top seed. Still, she takes it 7-5 in the first set, and now the 24-year-old 1 set away from a 3rd career Pro Circuit final. Meanwhile, we come back to our men's semifinal. First set goes to 23-year-old number 3 seed Duarte Valle. Vale made 2 pro finals last season. Only 2 pro finals of his career. Wasn't able to capture either of them. Vale down love 30 here. Was broken serving for the set at 5-3. Of course, got that break back for 6-4, but faces serious pressure of being broken back-to-back games, and obviously he'll take that freebie there. Never want to miss that second serve return, particularly in the net. If you're going to miss it, maybe miss long. Try to be aggressive. Tentative backhand there, so now 15-30. I was going to say, for Vale to recover out of the backhand corner the way he did, so impressive. But no one's recovering to that forehand. So Kleege now break point chance in the opening service game of set number 2. And remember, Vale raced out to that 4-1 lead in set number 1. So much scoreboard pressure. He's placed on the number 2 seed from the start. It's really good +1 tennis from Duarte Vale. You look for Vale now throughout the course of this match. He's only made 59% of his first serves, winning 70% of those first serve points. More importantly, again, winning 49% of his points on return. Vale escapes and holds 4-1 love here in set number 2. Let's go full screen now with our women's singles semifinals, set number 2 underway. It's Yai Yang. Found much more success down the home stretch of that first set on serve. Still, if you're looking for the big number to define set number 1, the 18-year-old 2 of 12 on second serve points. That's just not gonna cut it at the professional level. And again, to start off with a double fault, obviously not the tone you'd like to set to start number 2. That's a testament to the pressure Vela has put on her with her return of serve. Top seed love 15 here. Open up set number 2. And look where Vela's hitting that return from. Again, it's essentially an approach shot. when kicked in like that. Obviously overcooks that one a bit, but she's been excellent on that return of serve thus far. Yang with a much needed hold to kick out set number 2. Let's go back over now, split screen here. Early stages of our second set. Alex Gruskin, week number 2 of the SoCal Pro Circuit. Of course, only able to host and provide such valuable playing opportunities here in Southern California due to the support of so many different entities. Obviously, our friends at Wilson. Everyone knows Wilson's been providing, of course, the best equipment in tennis for multiple generations of players now. Perhaps some of you in your own life use a Wilson product. Maybe it's the Pro Staff, maybe it's the Blade, maybe it's the Clash. You know my thinking on the Pro Staff. I think if you're going to use a Wilson Pro Staff, you better be good. Because while that racket's sweet spot is perhaps unmatched, that racket can be unforgiving. Of course, Wilson tennis balls, Wilson gear all the way through. Again, so happy to have Wilson on, supporting pro tennis at the grassroots level in Southern California. Of course, when you think Southern California tennis, how can you not think about the Bryan brothers, Bob and Mike? Of course, their foundation, equally essential, helping to make these events happen. Shout out to Bruce Kleege and the Kleege family, Southern California Tennis Association Foundation, Crable Capital Finance Management, so many more for their continued support here. And a little long on that forehand. Like a war of attrition in our women's singles semifinal. Taylor keeps scrapping her way around the court, finding ways to extend rallies. Will she be able to do that for the 2+ hours it feels like will be necessary to survive the power tennis of Yang. On the flip side, of course, will Yang be able to sustain this power tennis for 2+ hours? Fascinating dynamic. Meanwhile, again, Vale extending rally after rally, working Kleege corner to corner. 23-year-old now gained point chance to extend his lead to 2-1 in that second set. Vela will take the freebie there. Sets up a game point, 40-30. Vale holds 4-2-1. Let's go full stream. Women's singles semifinal. Again, been a very high quality match here so far. That's what Fela will do. Again, it's not overwhelming power, but hits her spots so well and just seems to have an innate ability to take the ball early on the rise with ease. Of course, Fela from Ramona, California. Spent time at 2 California schools, USC, Pepperdine. Sort of player this SoCal Pro Circuit designed to help advance. Yeah, just wide. Slightly overcooked from Phelan. With every passing deuce, this game takes on increased importance. Again, there has not been a scoreboard lead for Yang in this match. Was down 2-love. Excuse me, was down 1-love. A break early in the match, was down 4-1 in that first set. Got things back to 5-all, but led by a break. That's because Fela's been relentless. Another game point chance for the top seed. We go back to deuce. And as we move forward for the 18-year-old Yang, obviously the serve. She's made 68% of her first serves tonight. Still just 17 of 40. terms of service points won, that'll be foundation number 1, just to make life a little bit easier for herself. But you see the power she's able to play with. I'm impressed by the movement as well. Laser, just a laser down the line there from Yang, and now she's got herself a break point chance. Opportunity to take a 2-love lead here in set number 2. Oh, Jessica Fela started walking towards that ad side the moment she fired up the bump lob, anticipates the swinging volley beautifully. And that's why she's the number 1 seed, folks. We're back to deuce. Meanwhile, for what it's worth, second-seeded Julie, 40-30 now in his 1-2 service game. We can go split screen. Super producer Daniel Westhoff here. Show you all the game points. So we go to deuce. Double fault. A heck of a serve, especially second serve there from Leege after the double fault. Game point chance coming up meanwhile for Jessica Fela. It's double fault number 4 here. Break point chance number 9 now for Ya Yang. 9 of the match, excuse me. Backhand goes long, so 2-love for the 18-year-old. Meanwhile, another beautifully struck on the rise forehand return. That ad side forehand return in particular for Duarte feels like when he times that ball well. Oh, excuse me, it was the double fault. Interesting. So that second serve missed that deuce from Leege there. So that created the breakpoint chance. And now Duarte Valle set and a break lead. 3 holds away from a 3rd career ITF final. working her way back now. Love 30 after a couple of errors from the number 5 seed. Meanwhile, Duarte Valle in cruise control right now. And again, physically, just seems so locked in each and every point. Giving away nothing for free right now. 15. I'm trying to think of the comparisons here. Again, a lot of similarities in Valle and Fela. They're essentially the Chipotle game style of play, right? You know exactly what you're going to get when you go to a Chipotle. You know exactly what you're going to get from the performances on Valle and Fela. They're just going to put a million balls in play, hit their spots, make you work. And Valle so efficient there with the +1 forehand. Watch what Fela does here. Her equivalent of that shot, the on the rise return. Duarte Valle now back to deuce here. Again, if you're Legia, you got to make a push, and you got to make it now. Ducey just running out of time to stake his claim in this semifinal. Meanwhile, again, Fela, how many times? I think in all 3 games, Fela's had early leads here in set number 2, only to see them evaporate. So 4-1 lead now for Duarte Valle. 3-love lead for Ya Yang as she looks to extend semifinal number 2 to a 3rd set as well. Of course, Alex Gruskin here. It's week number 2 of 3 on the SoCal Pro Circuit. Week number 3 coming up next week. It'll be our final week in the San Diego area. Of course, next week we head to the beautiful Barnes Tennis Center. Again, another men's, women's simultaneous event. You'll be able to find coverage of the semifinals next Saturday here on our Cracked Racquets YouTube stream. And of course, we know many of you may have plans next Sunday. But what works better into Father's Day than a little pro tennis coverage? 2 singles championships we'll have for you again next week as well. Then we'll have a week off before we begin our Los Angeles portion of the SoCal Pro Circuit. 3 more events to come. Last week of June, first 2 weeks of July. Have action for all of it, here on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. For now, let's lock in here on court number 4. Feels like we're going to have a second, third act, right? That Fela Yang turning into a Shakespeare script sort of match. But Duarte Valle's found very good rhythm throughout his return games here today against number 3 seed Leger. Look for Valle, the 23-year-old, recent University of Florida graduate. Winning nearly 50% of his return points in this match. Has dominated the Leger's second serve including a couple of particularly thunderous on-the-rise return winners. The 2 first serves from the 2 seed, a much-needed 30-love cushion here. Look, credit to Duarte, didn't even quit on that ball. Nevertheless, easy +1 pickings. 40 love here for the 2 seed. Duarte Valle. Chance to make a consecutive 5-2 leads in back-to-back sets here as he sets up game point 40 love. How about it? Duarte Valle, 1 game away from his 3rd career professional singles final. Meanwhile, we go back over to our women's singles action. It was a 7-5 tightly contested first set for Jessica Fela, but after taking a 4-1 lead, you could tell 18-year-old Yae Yang was working her way back into the match, races out to a 3-love lead here in the 2nd set. But of course, here comes Fela. Gonna keep the pressure on you. Even when you have that 3-love lead, you take your foot off the gas for even a moment, she'll make you pay. Another love 30 lead here for Fela. Look for Fela. She's been up love 30 or 15-30 in 4 of the 5 games this set. So yeah, it was a 3-love lead for Yae Yang. But if you're Jessica Fela, you're looking at the scoreboard right now and thinking, I should be up probably 3-1. Again, great to see the 24-year-old veteran stay on her front foot, not letting this set get away from her. Could have easily been like, you know what? Maybe this one's not for me. We'll let this match go the distance. She refuses. And again, standing on top of the service line, waiting for that second serve. It draws the double fault. And now we're back on serve 2-3 in the second set. Meanwhile, could this be the final service game for Kleege? 35-year-old number 2 seed coming back from injury this season. 21 and 10 overall, excuse me. I mentioned it earlier. But semifinal number 4 for him on the season. Taking on the recently turned pro, Duarte Valle. Heck of a ball from Duarte Valle. Who again, as we project Valle moving forward, right now Duarte 652. That's a career high in the live rankings. It's always nice to begin your pro career, accumulating new career highs with every passing week. Valle a semifinalist last week. Chance to go a step further here. Close in on the top 600. And that forehand backswing can look big. But the racket speed, the athleticism. The way Valle competes, certainly enticing. Let's go split screen, by the way, here. As Jessica Fela looks to level that second set at 3-all.
Let's go. Come on.
Valle, good start to his 5-3 service game, 4-15 love. Remember, he was in the same position in set number 1, was broken by Kleege. Meanwhile, a massive and another 30-all point. One in a seeming list of endless 30-all points, but Young sends that ball wide. A little frustration for the 18-year-old. That's what the relentlessness of Fela will do to you. So 40-30 now for the 24-year-old. response from both Yang and Leger. Again, for Yang, you just feel like if this 3-love lead evaporates with how much effort it takes. I know I keep reiterating that. Again, 18 years old. Tough to ask any 18-year-old to maintain the poise, the relentlessness it takes. That's exceptional. Exceptional stuff from the 5 seed, who has responded whenever offered that opportunity here in set 2. Now breakpoint chance to retake a 4-2 lead. Meanwhile, Vale's in a little bit of trouble again. Got away with a big serve there, 4-30 all. Like gives the break back to Yang, so 4-2 now. Things stay competitive. Meanwhile, again, we go full screen here. So match points, Duarte Vale. This time with a chance for a 3rd career pro singles final. Well, I got the forehand he was looking for. Just into the net tape. We're back to deuce.
Out! Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Right here. Come on.
So here we go. 2nd match point chance coming up.
Bro.
Go kick wide here.
Come on. Come
Go back to the T serve. I'm looking for the kick wide. Set up a +1 forehand. Flat wide to set up the +1 backhand instead. Duarte Vale, 6'4", 6'3", the 23-year-old. His 3rd professional singles final, 1st singles final since turning pro just 2 weeks ago. And again, has played 8 matches in this SoCal Pro Circuit. 7-1. Semifinals last week, finals this week. Top 600 is calling. Duarte Valle's name. With that in mind, we go over to our women's singles semifinal. And I know right now we've got a change over there, but let's head back to that court. As again, we see Jessica Fela, number 1 seed, took the first set over 18-year-old Yang. Fela now down 5-2 as well here. And able to consolidate that break. Of course, coming up next on court number 1. Let's see which match is going to be on court number 1. Believe that's going to be our men's doubles final. I'll start getting underway there. And of course, in our men's singles final, again, it's Banthia, Kikuchi, 2 players who are going to continue their college careers at Cal next season, taking on the duo of Brum and Paralek. It's women's doubles started next, according to super producer Daniel Westhoff. Are we certain about that? Are the players on court warming up? Oh, this is court 1, that's court 4. I see what you're saying. Okay. So it's actually our court 4 action coming up next, in which case, yes, that would be our women's doubles final. Kazireva, Mirshnachenko taking on Hanson Jones. So, of course, as soon as that final gets underway, get back to our coverage on court number 4. For now, top seed Jessica Fela was up 15-30 or better in 4 of the first 5 games. Found herself down 3-2 after that stretch. Now down 5-2 here. But of course, won't be going anywhere. Fela not the sort of player to let sets get away from her. It'll be incumbent upon Yang to take the set. Much better. Much better from Fela, who's found herself up again in these 30 love spots. Multiple times in this set. Just, again, a free point here. Missed +1 there. Still 40-30 here for Fela. She can put some pressure on the Yang service game. It's not as though Fela's lacked opportunities to break in this match. That service toss, though, flying all over the place right now. So deuce point coming up. Again, women's doubles, not men, women's doubles. Going to start on court 4 in the next few minutes. Of course, our men's doubles final going to come up on here, court 1. As soon as this match is complete. It's a tough error. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. That was a sitter. And Fela now under 60% for the match. In terms of landing first serves on the court. Under 60%, excuse me. That's just power tennis. So the question here for Fela, again, what can she do to make life just a little bit easier for herself in these service games, prevent Yang from just attacking so easily on the return? I don't know what you're supposed to do there. It's a good serve into the body. Got a shorter return and connected well with it. But again, there's the talent on display for the 18-year-old 5th seed. She has herself a set point chance. Not yet. Not yet, says Jessica Fela, a little +1 magic of her own. 7-5, 5-2 right now. Total points won in the match. Jessica Fela, 67. Yang, 66. Better aggression from Fela. Notice one of the rare times she was set in the center of the court for the duration of the point. Yang's just done such a good job stretching her into the outer thirds, forcing her to hit everything on the run. Yeah, and you can see again, that's a ball you feel like in set number 1, Fela's there. We approach the 2-hour mark here. It's been a physical match. she'll take the freebie again. Yeah, if you're Yai Yang, you are just scratching your head. What do I have to do to put that return in play? A couple of misses here in this 2-5 service game. Another game point chance here for Fela. Yeah, you know what this game needed? A 5th deuce. That's what we now have on our hands here. Again, just the one break point, set point chance for Yai Yang in this game, but I do feel like slowly but surely, again, every crack she's been able to create here, every time she's attacked the outer thirds, see that starting to wear on Fela a bit more. And that was just a slow response. Footwork not as diligent as it needed to be. Again, fantastic power from the number 5 seed. Set point number 2. The 18-year-old looks to force a decider. We're going the distance in both of our women's singles semifinals. And once again, it's the player who dropped the opening set. Last time it was Snohan. This time, Yai Yang manages to take the second set 6-2. She is closing in on our third set. So here we see our women's doubles final underway. Again, Masha Kasireva partnered with Veronika Miroshnichenko. Obviously, we saw Kasireva serving on the near side of your screen, competing earlier today in our singles semifinal. It'll be fascinating to see how she bounces back. Had 9 match point chances for ultimately dropping that match in a third set. Meanwhile, her and Miroshnichenko, of course, champions last week in our 15K Rancho Santa Fe event. Still unseeded, as both of them looking to begin their pro career. Taking on the number 3 seeds here today. McKenna Jones, Kimmy Hance, of course, McKenna Jones, one half of the 2021 NCAA Division I Women's Doubles Championship winning team. She partnered with Elizabeth Scotty to win that title. As you look for the 24-year-old Jones, top 1,000 ranking in singles. Has not played that much doubles this season. Jones in Hance, opening with the break here of Masha Kasireva. So a 1-love lead. Again, McKenna Jones, 24 years old, partnering with the 19-year-old Kimmy Hance. Kimmy Hance, of course, recently completing her freshman season at UCLA. Hance 15-3 in singles overall, including a 12-1 record in dual match play, was an all Pac-12 honoree. Led the team in singles victories, team high in dual match singles victories as well. Perhaps most impressively, named to the athletic director's honor roll for the fall of 2021. Now Again, gonna have to do some investigative work here. Figure out who is serving first. I believe this is Jones serving first. Good hands from Kazireva, was ready for that swinging forehand to come at her. Third glove here, though. For Jones and Hans. Of course, you look for McKenna Jones in her career. She's only played 4 professional doubles events. It's the first doubles final of her young career. Actually, not the first final for Kimmy Hans. This is her third. Now she's 0-2 in her 2 previous doubles finals, but Hans partnered with Reese Brantmeyer. She's going to begin her career at UNC next season. Also former USTA Girls 18s national champion Ashlyn Kruger to reach ITF Pro Circuit doubles finals back in that summer of 2019. All opportunity here. Good eyes from Miroshnichenko to call Kazireva off there. Again, Miroshnichenko, Kazireva, very traditional style of doubles. They're going to work their way forward to the net, try to be the aggressors. Miroshnichenko a little bit more comfortable playing that lefty forehand from the baseline as she's your ad side returner here. Look for Kazireva to be particularly aggressive today at the net. And we trade breaks to start our women's doubles final 1-all. Let's go full split screen here, excuse me. Third set to get underway, of course, in our women's singles semifinals. I see Jessica Fela. Oh, excuse me, I believe that's Yayi Yang. The far side of your screen bouncing in place. Looks like she's ready to serve. And as we see Jessica Fela work her way back to the baseline now as well. Third set about to get underway. We'll stay split screen here. Just gonna continue our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. Yeah, not going to shock me at all. Look how inside the baseline Fela is. Would not shock me to see her raise her aggression even more on the return of serve. Just try to end some of these points a little bit more quickly. As we saw at the end of that second set, it was Hobbling's the wrong word. Winded's the wrong word as well. Certainly it was a fatigued Jessica Fela, though, at the end of that third set. And another love 30 opportunity here for Fela. She has to capitalize here. Yang had all of the momentum at the end of that second set. So Fela does get the break for 1-love. Meanwhile, we continue to trade breaks to start our women's doubles final. 2-1 for 3 seeds Jones and Hance, both in pursuit of that first professional doubles title. Taking on again last week's champs Miroshnichenko, Kozureva. Let's go full screen in our women's singles semifinal. We'll have more time to absorb. That ball right there, that's the make or break for Jessica Fela in this second set. Simply put, she's going to have to go for more early in these rallies. You give Yang enough time, as we saw in set number 2, she's just going to bludgeon down the brick wall that is Jessica Fela. Those sorts of weapons Yang possesses can hit herself out of troubles in ways respectfully. It just seems Fela cannot. But then Fela does that, reads you like a book, is going to find a way to extend the rally. Half volley pickups from the baseline. Her anticipation there was in that ad side corner well before Yang even hit the forehand approach. Another 30-love lead somehow here for Jessica Fela. This is what Yang does. 30 love becomes 30 all. That's the sort of pressure Fela's under right now. She wants to make this match a track meet, but of course, Yang's not willing to play by those rules. Anything Fela's leaving in the center, Yang is just going after. It's a good point from Fela. And again, Yang had her feet set on that backhand. Gotta land that one. Ay, ay, ay. That's a heck of a volley from Jessica Phelan. She hasn't hit many of them in this match. Just did such a good job there, moving the ball outer third to outer third, not allowing Yang to set in any corner, because that really does seem to be the issue here. If Yang can hit 2 balls in a row from the same spot, she's been able to assert control of the point. Point here for Fela. Game that has taken. Oh! Wow! The underhand serve from Jessica Phelan. She had the entire line to work with on that backhand pass, but she was determined to go cross court there. Incredible anticipation from Yai Yang. And once you use that underhand serve trick once, really difficult to try and get away with it again. All the stops being pulled out here in game number 2 of our third set. second game of the third set here. Deuce number 4. Excuse me, deuce number 3. Break point chance number 2. There it is. That was ultimately a 7-minute game. Ya Yang breaks back for 1-all. And again, you look right now in this match, both players struggling mightily to win any sort of points on serves. Actually pretty even. Fela's won 54% of her return points. Yang's won 53. I just feel like service game after service game for Fela has been an absolute war. She's played about 30 more points on serve than her opponent today, despite them serving an equal number. 11 service games thus far. That combination's been so effective, though, for Fela. On the rise, inside in, backhand return down the line on that deuce side, followed up with the cross-court short angle forehand. Again, you look here, we've played 10 games since the start of the second set. Again, in these last 8 games, if you want to include this one, I suppose, but in these last 10 games, so since the start of the second set, Fela's been up 15-30 or better in 8 of the 10 games. 8 of the 10 games, Fela's had opportunities for herself. Just slowly, Yang continuing to capitalize. She'll take the freebie there. Again, Fela forced to take those bigger cuts now on the return of serve. So good. It's been exciting tennis from the start. 30-all now. 1-all third set. Break point chance back for Fela here. hear the roars from Yana Yang now. Again, it is all energy. Who wants it more in this third set? Go back to deuce. Sure. Let's go back to deuce. Again, third game here. Of this third set, we've already had 6 deuces. Sure. That's exactly how I saw that point going. Break point chance number 3 here for Jessica Fela in this 1-all service game. Meanwhile, they may finish the first set of women's doubles before we're done with 3 games here. 5-2, 30-15 right now for the number 3 seeds, Jones and Hantz. That'll do it, and yeah, you hear the frustration mounting for the 18-year-old. 2-1, 3 breaks. Point chances here. Again, McKenna Jones, Kimmy Hantz looking for their first doubles title on the Pro Tour. It's nice power from Hans. 19-year-old, a standout player again in her freshman season at UCLA. Of course, you look for Hans. Pretty successful week for her in singles as well. Knocks out Katja Wiersholm, 3 sets. Fellow superstar freshman in Cal. Actually knocked out McKenna Jones, her partner here today, 7-6 in the 3rd set as well in round number 2. She's knocked out by singles finalist Snow Han in the quarterfinals. But the deuce point, break point chance goes to Miroshnichenko and Kazireva. And just a reminder, doubles 2 out of 3 sets, but no ad scoring. Also going to be a super tiebreaker at 3-all. First deuce point of the match. By the way, let's go split screen now. Action resuming in our women's singles semifinal. Kazireva sprang that forehand wide, so love 30 here. Don't believe we've seen a hold of serve yet from last year's finalist duo. Oh, correction. We have seen them hold serve just the one time thus far. There's the double fault here from Kazireva. Again, the battle unfolding. Ongoing, I should say, on court number 1. Still quadruple set point here for Jones and Hans. One set fought off by Kazireva. Meanwhile, another 30-all scenario. Can we just start every game 30-all deuce? We know we're going to get there eventually. Infela and Yang again, both players not giving an inch. So relentless in attacking their returns of serves. It's a clean poach from McKenna Jones, and with that, first set goes to the number 3 seeds. They're 1 set away from a first professional doubles title. With that in mind, of course, go back to that split screen more frequently, given they are already a set in, and given the pace of this 3rd set, we know the grind is ongoing. So we're back to deuce. Again, here in set number 3. 3 of the last 3 games all going to deuce. We've had 6 deuces played so far. I think it's number 7 here of set number 3. Back to deuce. Again, Alex Gruskin here. 2 hours, 25 minutes to what can only be described as a battle of attrition between the 1 seed, Jessica Fela, 24 years old, and the 5th seed, 18-year-old Yayi Yang. Yang looking to reach a 3rd professional singles final, as is Fela. Two all. We're on break here in the 3rd set. So let's go split screen once again here. Show some of our singles and doubles action. And it's McKenna Jones serving here first, 6-3. First sent to the number 3 seeds. You look this week, Jones Hans just 1 dropped set. In their semifinal yesterday, ultimately earned the 10-5 3rd set victory. Look for Kazireva, Krashnachenko. That first set, the first set they've dropped here this week. Again, last week cruised to the doubles title. Dropped just 1 set on the way as well. Jones going to play high percentage tennis. Again, going to roll that return in just about every time. I know this sounds fairly obvious, but they're going to force you to beat them. They're not going to give you that unforced air. Oh, get out of town. McKenna Jones falling backwards. Inside in lob. Over the head of the always looking to sneak forward Maria Kazireva. Catches her poaching. And you sneak. I peek. Jones now 30 love. Meanwhile, another 15-30 deficit for the server, Young Fela. All right, Jones Hans off to a strong start. 1-love. Set number 2 will stay. Yeah, with the women's semifinal, though, as soon as we go back, super producer Daniel Westoff. Let's go back split screen as soon as they're back on court. Haven't gotten to enjoy enough of that women's doubles final yet. Of course, that's because our eyes are 2.5 hours in. Very little, if anything, separating Fela, Young. Keep turning to the total points won for these two players. Fela's at 89. Young's at 87. Or excuse me, update. Young's at 92. Fela's at 91. Make it 93-91. For the first time in the match, it is the number 5 seed and 18-year-old Jia Yang holding serve. That's our first hold of the third set as well. 3-2 lead now for her over top seed Jessica Fela. Meanwhile, Maria Kazireva has struggled on serve. Of course, this is the side she served on. Broken in her first 2 service games in this match. Had a coach who always used to say, tough to hit that poach behind you. All of your momentum there if you're Kimmy Hans is going to your left. She then tries to sneak the volley cross court behind her momentum. Again, going across from her, goes a little bit wide. Rare 3-point from Mirshnachenko and Kazireva. Kazireva, 23 years old, recent graduate of St. Mary's. Veronika Mirshnachenko, 24 years old, the lefty, just finished a prolific career at Loyola Marymount. Of course, was a top 50 player for LMU as well. 40-15. Let's go back split screen as our singles action gets back out on court. We'll try to stay split screen here for almost the rest of the way, barring some set points, break points, whatever it may be. Both of these matches now in crunch time. Of course, still one match to go here tonight, our men's doubles final. Alex Gruskin here of Crack Racquets will be with you for all of today's action at the University of San Diego. Yeah, that's tough. Love the overhead attempt there from Kimmy Hans. Just left it short. Mirshnachenko made her pay. 1-all. A much needed hold for our Rancho Santa Fe doubles champions, Mirshnachenko and Kazireva. So we see the break there as Kazireva and Miroshnichenko make a little push for 2-1. Meanwhile, can Ya Yang do the seemingly impossible and consolidate a break here in the third set? Much needed first serve free point there. Have not seen many of those in this third set. Again, let's see what the 18-year-old has. She's been fiery all match long. Love this energy push. Yeah, anytime that racket speed decelerates, she's in trouble. Such great racket speed, but I think as we move forward for Ya Yang, that's going to be the shot. That 3/4 pace, neutral rally ball. The longer the point, it feels like the more it slants towards Fela. Of course, when Fela can hit a big +1 return. And again, 30 all. Big serve beats big return every time. Game point chances here. For Ya Yang. And again, every game but 2. Well, I guess this is only the 7th game of the set. But all but 2 in this set have gone to 30 all. That means 14 of the last 16 games have gone to 30 all. Again, Fela looking to reach her first final since 2019. Not young. Looking to reach her first final since May. In fact, a reminder, Ya Yang, ridiculous level of success here in 2022. She's 20-4 overall, is the 18-year-old at the ITF level this season. Turned 18 years old at the end of May. That's just about how anyone would dream up their start on the pro career. Oh, is that ball called long? It is indeed. So a break point chance again. It's been damn near impossible to consolidate break leads in this match. They have an opportunity to get us, and I say this with quotation marks, but back on serve. We're back to deuce. Spicy forehand there. Meanwhile, deuce point, game point coming up after the high voltage forehand splits the middle from McKenna Jones, and they're going to go back to that McKenna Jones side here on the deuce point. Veronika Miroshnichenko, the 24-year-old, serving on the far side of your double screen. Jones goes wide on the forehand inside out, so break consolidated 3-1. Miroshnichenko, Kazireva. Meanwhile, let's go over full screen. Women's semifinal. Game point, Ya Yang. There have been 26 games played in this match, 13 service games apiece. Yang's been broken 7 times in this match. Feila's been broken 9. That's why. Return laced at the feet again. Has to make a first serve here. And if I'm Yang, I'm trying to target that Feila forehand. Feila can take that backhand return early on the rise. And again, how many points has she been in control of behind that pattern? Looking T here. What do I know? Ace out wide. If she's going to hit it like that, that's the first serve that will determine the ceiling of the 18-year-old moving forward. For now, it gets her that valuable second hold. And now a 5-2 lead in the third set. Meanwhile, the stretch backhand return. Or was that serve out? Either way, it's 40-15 here. McKenna Jones serving again. Jones, 23 years old. 24 years old, excuse me. Currently ranked 948 in the singles rankings. Outside the top 1,000 in doubles, but again, an NCAA doubles champion. We know she's capable of it in her. You look now, overall career has played just 5 now doubles main draws into a final in her 5th main draw. Keeping pace here, 6-3, 2-3. And again, one more match still to go here in our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit in that men's doubles final. It's going to be new pairings, 2 teams we have not seen yet in our coverage of this event. Sid Banthia, Yuki Kikuchi can be teammates next year at the University of California. They're teammates this week, doubles finalists. Going to take on a couple of former Baylor Bear teammates. Jacob Brum recently completing his college career. Partnered with Teddy Paralek. That doubles final coming up, I assume, on whichever court finishes first. I'm not willing to say Feila Yang's done yet. Just seen too much unfold throughout the course of that match. How about that down the line forehand, though, from Kimmy Hans? You see why the 19-year-old, one of the most promising freshmen in the country this past college season. Well, 15-0. That's the power ground strokes of Yayi Yang. 2 hours, 45 minutes in. She's 3 points away from a 3rd final here this season. 30-all has been the name of the game in our women's singles semifinal. Fela able to come up with a big serve. Game point to extend our match, but of course, again, "14 of the last 16 games going to at least 30-all in that women's singles semifinal. Damn near impossible for either player to do anything straightforward. So as expected, we go to deuce. Meanwhile, break point chances back here for Jones and Hans. Had a deuce point in the last Miroshnichenko service game, down 2-1. Broken Kazureva in 2 of her 3 service games here in the match. Oh, how about that from McKenna Jones? Sneaker down the line. She caught Miroshnichenko taking that step over to cover the center cross-court backhand. 3-all, we're back on serve in our women's doubles final second set. Relatively straightforward still. Ya Yang gonna serve for the match. Up 5-3. We'll stay split screen for now, but of course, if we approach a match point, go full screen there in our semis. All right, double fault to start. Love 15. Again, for what it's worth, Jessica Fela created 14 breakpoint chances for herself in this match. 7 of 14. Has won 52% of her return points as well. Anyone who thinks that third set is over on court number 1 has just not been paying attention. Aggression from Miroshnichenko, Kazureva. Got 40-30 here for Jones and Hans. That's so good from Kimmy Hans to keep that ball as low as she did while moving forward. Jones and Hans now back in front 4-3 in the second set. Meanwhile, Yang struggling with her serve here. Back-to-back double faults for Love 30. She's missed 5 serves in a row to start this game. The early +1 error. So 3 breakpoint chances for Fela. I'll evoke the great Russell Crowe. Are you not entertained? Good defense from the 18-year-old to fight off break point number 1. And again, when that doubles gets back, super producer Daniel Westhoff, take us to split screen. Final perhaps stages of this second set as well, especially after that Miroshnichenko forehand sails long. So love 30 opportunity here. And Hans and Jones have just been so solid outside of the one missed return on the deuce point 4-3-1 from Jones. Outside of elite serving from Miroshnichenko or Kazireva, they've just forced them to play just about every point. Which sounds simple, but taking away the +1 in doubles half the battle. Meanwhile, how about that +1 over on our singles court for 30-40. I'm so in on Kimmy Hans. Buying all of the stock heading into the rising sophomore second year of collegiate tennis. And it was just such a strange season for UCLA. The COVID bug seemed to impact their season more than their contemporaries. You just feel like if UCLA was able to play their typical 20 to 30 match schedule, we'd all have been talking more about the performance of Kimmy Hans. Those hands there, just ridiculous from the freshman. Meanwhile, Fela gets the break 4-4-5, so we play on. Yeah, she missed it just long. Oh, there's no way. Really? I mean, look, if you're not getting beaten down the line, you're not playing doubles right. I thought Miroshnichenko sent that ball long. Still, that's why you build a love 40 lead. 3 more break point chances here. That one does sail long from Miroshnichenko. So it's going to be McKenna Jones, Kimmy Hans serving for the doubles title. Meanwhile, 5-2 has quickly become 5-4. And now it's number 1 seed Jessica Fela. Quotation marks. Down a hold, I suppose, is the better way to frame it. Yang was able to hold twice for 3-2 and 5-2. Fela got the hold 4-3-5. Can she extend this match to 5-all? Again, men's doubles going to be coming up on whichever one of these 2 courts finishes first. First point to the trailers. Line 4-15 all. Meanwhile, love 30 now. Miroshnichenko, Kazireva, to their credit, staying aggressive while under the gun. That's so good from Miroshnichenko and Kazireva. Kazireva's so effective with that forehand bump lob return, getting it over the net player's head, rushing in behind that ball. Allows Miroshnichenko at 6'1" to cover that other lob. Allows her to keep her aggressive positioning. Triple break point chance to keep their back-to-back title hopes alive. Yeah, I'm so in on Kimmy Hans. Quick hands at the net, aggressive positioning. So exceptional at following her returns forward as well. Oh, Fela had two forehand stabs to extend that point, but Ya-E Yang sets up match points. Sails that first backhand long. You can see it on the scoreboard. Match time for this one, 2 hours, 59 minutes. Come on, can we get a long walk here? Oh, it's a double match point. This is what the double box was invented for. In the end, it is Ya-E Yang into a third professional final, 5-7, 6-2, 6-4, the 18-year-old. Knocking off your top seed. Meanwhile, championship point for McKenna Jones. And they do it. Jones, Hans, 6-3, 6-3. Your San Diego women's doubles champions. What a performance. And let's be clear, for the duo of Miroshnichenko and Kazireva, first 2 weeks of the SoCal Pro Circuit, they would be your points leaders, as they have gone finals, a title and finals back to back. But what a round of matches here as we continue our coverage of week 2 of this 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. Again, Alex Gruskin, so excited that our Cracked Racquets team can highlight this level of tennis. Simply put, just too far and few in between the coverage these sorts of events get, and you get to see players, certainly the Hanses, the Jones, Miroshnichenkos, Kazirevas, Duarte Valles of the world. All these players were exceptional collegiate athletes, the sort of young talent we should all be on the lookout for as we see who will make those continued breakthroughs on the ATP and WTA tours over the next few seasons. Of course, that's why these opportunities being provided by USTA SoCal, so valuable, so important to be able to inspire and show this level of tennis at the grassroots. Of course, a massive shout out to the University of San Diego, using their facility to host these events, offer these playing opportunities, not only to the Toreros, but of course to the countless other similar level players in the SoCal area. With all of that said, we got one match to go here on semifinal Saturday. Of course, it's a final here, our men's doubles final coming up next. We're going to take about a 3-minute break as we wait for our players to work their way on court, begin their warm-ups. But for now, for super producer Daniel Westoff on the ones and twos makes all of this possible. And for all of us here at Cracked Racquets, I am Alex Gruskin. You are watching the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. Welcome back, everyone, to our Crack Rackets coverage of the 2022 SoCal Pro Circuit. Alex Gruskin here to steer the ship for our final match on Saturday, week number 2. Of course, it's a doubles final, our men's doubles final. Now, 3 of our players participating in today's doubles final have already captured ITF doubles titles in their careers, but all 4 of our players, in something near and dear to our hearts here at Crack Rackets, have college tennis ties. With that in mind, we get on court for our men's doubles final. And on the near side of your screen, serving first, it is going to be Sid Banthia. Sid Banthia, known in the college ranks as Sid the Kid, now Sid the Man. Just finished his 4th year at Wake Forest, will be transferring to play his final season of collegiate tennis at the University of Cal with his partner here today on court, Yuta Kikuchi, 22 years old. Banthia, 21. Banthia out of Pune, India. Kikuchi out of Yahaba, Japan. Kikuchi, the only player on court not to capture an ITF Pro Doubles title in his career. Look for Kikuchi. Has played only 6 doubles main draws professionally into a final in his 6th attempt. Banthia, serving on the near side of your screen here, has 2 ITF Pro Doubles titles to his name. Each of those titles won last year, Cancun, Monastir, respectively. 15-30 here, though, for Banthia in his opening service game. It's a nice poach there from Kikuchi. Of course, Kikuchi, quietly exceptional last season for his Cal Bears. Of course, Bears finished 11-10 overall on the year. Kikuchi at that #1 singles spot was 10-10 overall for his team. Part of a top 40 ranked doubles team that went 9-6 at the #1 spot. 10-10 may not blow you away, but when you're playing top 5 players in the country like Arthur Ferry, Stefan Dostanik, fellow Pac-12 foes, again, a season for Kikuchi to build on. And an early deuce point deciding point coming up again. We just saw the women's doubles final, same format, 2 out of 3 sets, no ad scoring. Familiar format to these college players. Looks like it's going to be Jacob Brum taking the return on the far side of your screen. Brum, a former Cal Bear himself, spent his final season at Baylor. I'm a little short on that forehand, though. So it's an opening hold for Banthia and Kikuchi, 1 love. Again, that's your near side of the screen. You got the stories for the 21-year-old Banthia, 22-year-old Kikuchi. Let's talk now about Jacob Brum and Teddy Paralek. Start with Teddy Paralek, 22-year-old. Just wrapped up his 1st season. What was his sophomore season for the Baylor Bears. Paralek exceptional down the season's home stretch. Finished the year 13-4 in singles. That seems a little light. Hold on. Let me update that stat for all of you listeners. That, again, feels incorrect. You look for Tadias Paralek, excuse me. 16-2 overall. Yeah, knew that didn't feel right. 12-1 at the number 5 singles position for the Baylor Bears. Of course, given the depth for the Baylor Bears, was limited singles action for Jacob Brum, limited action in general. From 3-5 in doubles play during the season, 7-3 in singles play. But again, Jacob Brum, one pro title to his name, won a doubles title last summer with August Holmgren, former University of San Diego All-American, this year's NCAA singles finalist. So, of course, the pedigree is there for the 23-year-old Brum. 30 love here for Jacob Brum. Of course, he's partnered with the 22-year-old Tadeusz Perelek. Perelek, 5 pro doubles titles to his name. Interestingly enough, won a pro doubles title last fall with volunteer assistant coach George Goldoff. Good forehand from Brum to sneak that ball by. Very aggressive Yuta Kikuchi at the net. Teddy Perelek looked for his moment to poach as well. Of course, Perelek played at the number 3 double spot this season for the Baylor Bears. He and Adrian Boitan, 12-6 overall at that spot, 13-6 overall during the dual match season. Again, the 5 pro titles to Perelek's name in doubles, I think, speaks to his credentials, his skill at the net. Good hands from Perelek just to get a stick on that, but again, Kikuchi so explosive moving forward. 30 love becomes 30 all here. Easy way to separate Tadeusz Perelek from his teammate Jacob Brum. Perelek, the one-handed backhand. Already seen Brum employ the two-hander. Good aggression from Banthy and Kikuchi. So quick moving forward right now. This is the 22-year-old Cal Bear Kikuchi. Break point chances reciprocated here early. And it's Bear versus Bear, by the way. Cal Golden Bear, Baylor Bears. Can we call this battle the Battle of the Bears? I suppose that's what you ask in hour 7 of our broadcast here. Banthia, Kikuchi get the break 4-2 love. And again, those of you tuning in, appreciate all of you who have stuck with us throughout the day. Our singles finals for tomorrow now set. On the women's side, Snow Han fighting off 9 match points. The rising redshirt sophomore for USC into the 3rd pro final of her career. She escapes the 3-set win today over Maria Kazireva. Of course, as we just saw now, she's going to take on Yai Yang, 18-year-old out of Chinese Taipei, into the 3rd final of her career. She survives a 3-hour marathon match. 6-4 in the 3rd. She advances past top seed Jessica Fela. So again, it's going to be Yang taking on Han in that women's singles final tomorrow. Of course, on the men's side, dominant performance today from number 3 seed Duarte Valle, the former University of Florida All-American, straight set win over Jolie. Now it's going to take on Nathan Ponwith. Ponwith into his first pro final since 2019. 24-year-old American, 3-set winner today for soon-to-be UNC senior Ryan Siegerman. And you do wonder, did Vale ever play Ponwith when Ponwith was at Georgia early in Vale's career? I'll do some research over the next 12 hours to find that answer, but college tennis ties aplenty in our singles finals. We'll have coverage of those matches for you tomorrow. Of course, 2 college players or players with college ties, Kimmy Hance, UCLA, McKenna Jones, UNC, 6'3", 6'3", women's doubles champions this week in San Diego. And breakpoint chances a theme here early. 3 more for Brum and Paralak. And it is interesting. None of these players, your traditional big servers, the sort of physical profiles you'd expect in a pro doubles finals, certainly a strong contrast to what we saw in last week's finals. Our champion Holmgren, Kosbanov, each 6'2" and change. At least 180 pounds as well, one imagines. Paralak sending that backhand wide. You look for Banthia and Kikuchi have dropped just 1 set. It was in their semifinal win yesterday over Castay and Middleton. For Brum and Paralak, dropped just the 1 set as well, was also in their semifinal victory yesterday over Van de Castile and Thane. Smart move from Sid Banthia. Had Brum on the stretch. Positions himself beautifully. Pinches in so tight to the net inside that center of the court. Able to get a stick on that Brum return. Deuce point coming up. And last time they went to Jacob Brum. This time it's to Teddy Paralak. Saw Paralak go wide with that one-handed backhand return. At 1540. I think target the one-hander. I'll tell you what, that's a mistake when it comes to Teddy Paralak. Ball lands good, splits the middle. That's just damn good doubles, folks. So Banthia, Kikuchi fight off multiple break points in both of their opening service games, and yet they take a 3-love lead here to kick off our men's doubles final. And again, let's look what we've got coming up for you over the next few weeks here on the SoCal Pro Circuit. We'll start with next week's action. We stay in San Diego for the 3rd consecutive week. We're at the beautiful Barnes Tennis Center, site, of course, of the 2022 USTA Girls 16s and 18s National Championships in August. Have semifinal and final coverage for you all next Saturday and Sunday. Then we get a week off. Of course, hopefully all of you will join us next Sunday on Father's Day as well. It's the gift that keeps on giving, the professional tennis world. Of course, after that week off, we resume play in the Los Angeles area. We start at the Jack Kramer Club June 27th through July 3rd. 2 more events in the subsequent weeks after that. This USTA SoCal Pro Circuit rocking and rolling here, providing playing opportunities to countless aspiring athletes in the SoCal area. Today is Paralak now, serving on the far side of your screen. Brum missed that volley. He does. That was interesting. Love 15 here, and knowing them like I do, I can guarantee one of the Baylor tennis coaching staff, whether it's head coach Michael Woodson, Isaac Vandermerva, George Goldoff, someone's watching this match right now, looking on ways to improve next season. That's just damn good doubles, and I know he'll get mad at me if I don't also insinuate head coach Chris Quinta, assistant coach Francis Sargent, maybe even volunteer assistant Jared Donaldson, someone from the Cal coaching staff tuning in as well. They may have themselves a #1 doubles team here in Banthia and Kikuchi. Yeah, a little word on what he was planning to do. Maybe introduce just a second thought there to pair like in between serves. Certainly slowed his rhythm. Double fault means 4 more break chances here for Banthia and Kikuchi. This duo, Banthia and Kikuchi, just get to the net so quickly. For what it's worth, Sid Banthia right now, 797 in the ATP doubles rankings, has been ranked as high as number 591. Oh! So there's the break for love. Of course, any of you joining us, those of you who are joining us want to tune in and perhaps offer your thoughts, follow us at Cracked Rackets. You can message me directly at AL Gruskin. Of course, can hop into that YouTube comment section as well. I mean, to me, the standout so far, who has owned the net? I know that's very basic, simplistic thinking towards men's doubles, but Banthia and Kikuchi takes them less than 5 seconds to get to that net. Takes them less than 5 shots is perhaps the better barometer. I mean, how coordinated was that switch? Kikuchi, a little cha-cha slide across the net there. Banthia was ready for it and able to cover that high backhand volley. Again, Brum and Perilek are going to keep the pressure on them. But advantage, obviously. Banthia Kikuchi right now, 30-15. So 5-love lead here for Banthia and Kikuchi. Again, would be a first ITF title for Kikuchi. Should he manage, he and Banthia manage to protect this lead. Obviously, long way to go. Of course, you look for Yuta Kikuchi, first round exit for him in the singles, though he did manage to come through qualifying. Banthia knocked out first round of qualifying. You look for Jacob Brum, also got through qualifying. 3-set first round exit for him. Tough loss to last week's champion August Holmgren. Teddy Paralek, first round exit this week to Siem Waldib. All of these players, though, getting to extend their stay at the University of San Diego with this double success. And of course, success in one field so frequently seems to lead to success in the other. Tennis is such a confidence-based sport. Argue, what are the two things you need? I mean, you need confidence in anything you do. Tennis in particular, with no or one teammate to bail you out. Tell you what, some may consider 4:48 p.m. Pacific time too late to enjoy your first bagel of the day. I disagree. Never too late in the day. Throw a little cream cheese Asiago in your life. That's precisely what Banthia and Kikuchi are able to do here. 6-love. Duo takes the opening set halfway home to the men's doubles title. Of course, you look at the stats from that first set. Certainly, if you're Brum, you're Paralek, you think about service game number 1, service game number 2. Love, and 2-love games, and multiple breakpoint chances. Of course, credit to Banthia and Kikuchi. 4 of 4 on 3 of 4 on breakpoint chances themselves. They've won 12 of the 17 points they've played on the return of serve. Paralek and Brum making 71% of their first serves. It just doesn't seem to matter right now. Of course, if you're the Baylor Bear duo, much like Taylor Swift, you shake it off as you head towards set number 2, excuse me. And I appreciate, shout out to the line judge. Always got to get your on-court measurements right. Of course, you see the beautiful signals there from Wilson. Let's pull up those stats now. I appreciate it. Super producer Daniel Westhoff. You see, again, 5 of 12 on first serve points, 0 of 5 on second serve points, 0 for 4 on break point chances were Brum and Paralek. I don't think they count the deuce point as break point chances, though, so I actually think they may have been even slightly worse off there, because they did have that break point their break point chances in the opening game. And in fact, indeed, when you look at the stats, they do indeed count the break points and deuce points. So we start set number 2. You see on your screen, it's Banthia and Kikuchi. Banthia 21 years old, Kikuchi 22. 6-love first set for the duo. It's a strong start. That high backhand volley, again, in my opinion, the toughest shot to hit. Kikuchi just in rhythm right now, exploding through every volley he hit. If you're Brum, if you're Paralek, how do you change the dynamic of this match? Find yourselves as the aggressors, not just responding to everything that's thrown at you. Yeah, I mean, if Banthia is landing that serve, you're just in trouble. It's cherry picking right now. Kikuchi having his choice of options here at the net. I'm going to go smack here, short angle there. It's just too easy and too much in rhythm right now. And that's a credit to Banthia and Kikuchi. Do like this if you're Teddy Paralek. Definitely pinch forward on this second serve. But a good serve from Banthia. 7 games up, 7 games down. The unseeded duo. 1-love lead here in set number 2. Still waiting on those start times for tomorrow's singles final. Excuse me. I believe... No, still no schedule. Of course, as soon as we get those match times, we'll get those out to you. Looking forward to those singles finals tomorrow, here to conclude week 2 of the SoCal Pro Circuit. Right now, Teddy Paralek serving here. Love one on the far side of your screen. That's excellent. Almost a half volley forehand there from the baseline. Kikuchi connected brilliantly on that return of serve. But look, you're going to need to generate some magic. That was magical from Teddy Perilak. Just feels like every time. Again, it's Banthia, Kikuchi, either inside that service line or borderline on top of that net. Connecting on the return of serve so well. It's a must-have 30-15. And this is where you start to think maybe you throw in an I formation or just something different to disrupt the rhythm. Seeing how this formation ends up working out for Brum and Perilak. And a lot of the time it's like that. Penetrating return from Banthia. Kikuchi cleaning up the mess at the net. Need a first serve here. Love to see some sort of movement. Just something different from Brum and Perilak. Good second serve movement. Better return from Kikuchi. That's just really good execution. Obviously, again, tough there. 2 second serves punished by Banthia and Kikuchi as they continue to do on their second serve points. 2 more break point chances here. I don't want to get too hyperbolic, particularly on a day when we saw Snohan fight off 9 match points to ultimately win her women's singles semifinal, but it almost feels like a match point here for Teddy Perilak and Jacob Brum. You just got to get on the board, get something going. Coming up. How about that? 30-40 down, Teddy Perilak. It's 2 much needed first serves. I know it's a pro tennis match, but the Baylor Bears are on the board. It's Brum and Perilak holding for 1-all. And now we have ourselves a match. Now we get to see, okay, show me the fight. If you're Brum and Perilak, show me the resolve. If you're Banthia and Kikuchi. All right. You all smell that? It's a little bit of an opening. closed quickly by Kikuchi and Banthia. And what's the difference between a standard doubles player, casual local player, and these level players? You get anything like that to clean up at the net. All of these guys, Brum, Paralek, Banthia, Kikuchi, as you saw Banthia, they're so efficient with their +1 volleys. The hand so quick. And I suppose if you're head coach Chris Quinton, I'll do some lineup speculating for you, coach. If you're watching, you see these two players. They're both good at the same things. Landing returns, using their explosiveness to disrupt opponents' rhythm at the net. Obviously both comfortable as volleyers as well. If you're coach Chris Quinta, the thought may be, well, let's separate these two. Pair them with a big server, someone who takes more aggressive cuts. Maybe find balance to use these two across the lineups. That would be the only argument against keeping these two together. Keeping these two together. They just have been so exceptional. But now it's break point chances. If you're Jacob Brum, you've been jammed in the body twice. Banthia's pinching so close to the net. Look for the bump lob. But the double fault. All right, folks. Brum, Paralek, and that's exactly why that hold was so important. I'm not willing to say the momentum has shifted, but Brum and Paralek are now in this match. As they take the lead 2-1, and again, if you play those first two games of the first set 10 times, I think Banthia and Kikuchi coming out with the 2-love lead that they did only happens 1 or 2 of the 10 times. Brum and Paralek had multiple break chances in their first 2 return games, were unable to capitalize. Obviously, they'll happily accept the double fault. And again, Jacob Brum, 23 years old, recently completed his final season of collegiate tennis at Baylor. Brum right now ranked career high ranking is 1333 in singles. Currently ranked 1109 in doubles. Again, had the doubles success last season, earning a title in the summer. August Holmgren. It's Jacob Brum here serving now on the near side of your screen. And that's the rhythm we saw way too much of in the first set. And every service game has been its own adventure, we'll say, here for Brum and Paralek. And that's where I want to see, again, there it is, I formation. Now we're talking. Stay I like that as well. I'll try not to speak for Baylor men's tennis head coach Michael Woodson, who of course spent plenty of time with both of these players last season, but I know what he's thinking right now. Oh, guess who decided to use their brains? Brum, Paralek. Maybe it's survival instincts. Maybe it's just adjusting from Texas time to West Coast time, but thinking their way through now. I love that I formation call. And that's 2 easy first volleys for Teddy Paralek. Did he hit any of those in the first set? I don't mean to be critical. I just don't think they put themselves in a position to execute on that sort of volley. And so again, credit for them. Some first strike doubles here in set number 2, 30-15 now for Brum. It's good tennis. You're going to get passed in doubles. Confident Teddy Paralek there. That said, you could feel that poach coming. So just smart response from Banthian. Let's see what the adjustment back will be here from Banthian Kikuchi. How do they maintain their aggression as Brum and Paralek try to problem solve? It's really good. You can see there's just a little bit of doubt now incorporated into the return of serve. Or Yuta Kikuchi not exploding through that ball as confidently as he did in set number 1, at least there. So now game point chances to consolidate the break here. 40-30, they're back in the I formation. Easy volleys for today is Paralek. Not something we talked about at all in the first set. Brum and Paralek have woken up. Now they're making adjustments. And now they have themselves a 3-1 lead. And just going to throw this out there for now, for all of you listeners wondering, or perhaps booking your time commitments here on a Saturday night. Should there be a hypothetical third set, it would be a tiebreaker up to 10, win by 2. Not a full third set, so push that dinner reservation back too far. Teddy Paralek's feeling himself now. Amazing how that confidence translates. Couple of easy poaches at the net. Now he's hitting inside-in backhand winners from the alley. Love 15 here. I'll say it. The Big Mo has shifted to Brum and Paralek. It's a good cut. Teddy Paralak is everywhere. Now, he sailed that backhand volley, but that's an excellent poach. You'll take Teddy to make that 9 times out of 10. Again, the dynamic has just shifted here. It's not as easy to be aggressive. Not as easy to rush the net for Banthia and Kikuchi now. All second serve to come. Serve missed long there. Good catch by Brum in rhythm. By the way, not a bad backhand return for Paralak if he needed it. And here we go. Okay, now it's an I formation, abbreviated I for Banthia Kikuchi. Brum sneaks that ball down the line. That's a ball Kikuchi was hitting in rhythm in set number 1. He just hasn't had the opportunity to hit it in a while. And again, here come the number 4 seeds. Brum, Paralak. 4-1 double break lead now. It's critical given some of the struggles we've seen them have on serve. Again, week number 2 here of the USTA SoCal Pro Circuit. Super producer Daniel Westoff, can we pull up the page with the sponsors? I know that's the split screen version. You let me know, but can we let people know, the people who help make this event possible? Obviously, massive shout out to our friends at Track Tennis, Igor, the entire crew, making it possible for us all to enjoy this 15K action. Of course, too frequently just don't even have the opportunity to see this level of play streamed anywhere. So excited to be able to bring it to you all here on our Cracked Racquets stream. But as you can see, Wilson, the USTA ITF, Bruce Kleege and family, Southern California Tennis Association Foundation, and countless others making this event possible. That would have been some sort of rip from Teddy Paralak. Very thin margins. Impressive, even got that ball over the net. Of course, again, you see those sponsors on the top of your screen. Able Capital Management, Ryan Brothers Foundation, of course, our friends at Wilson. Gotta house these players. Find a way to pay these players for their winnings, of course, as well. Fund the linesmen, tents, accommodations you see at these beautiful University of San Diego courts. Takes a village. So fortunate the team at USTA SoCal willing to put in the work. Not just for one event, 6 events in 7 weeks. Kikuchi doesn't love that service call. That ball missed by a healthy margin. Nevertheless, 30-15 here. Great return from Sid Banthia. Well, to take that next ball out of the air as well, just unloads at Jacob Brum. Brum knew that ball was coming at him. Didn't flinch either. 30 all here, though. Standard formation. Kikuchi's taking 2 steps back on the return of serve. Obviously took that big leap forward as he split-stepped. Watch the ball come towards him, but he just feels like he's been pushed back. Banthia is still holding his spots pretty well here on the return of serve, but again, it's just not as easily aggressive as it was in set 1. Now we're playing, folks. Five, 1, Brum, Paralak. Got Gotta give credit to Teddy Paralek there. Covered the center so well. After Brum attempt to spike that ball down. Good hands from Brum to extend the rally. Might we be headed towards a third set? 5-1 now for the number 4 seeds. It's the first ball we've seen Teddy Paralek miss in a while. And it's just two completely different stories here. Set number 1 defined by the aggression, relentlessness moving forward of Banthia and Kikuchi. Set number 2 defined by the playmaking of Teddy Paralek, Jacob Brum. Just been so efficient. How they've attacked, renewed aggression as well. Ay. Brum guided that backhand down the line, held that ball on his racket for seemingly the last second, excuse me. Still good hands from Kikuchi, good depth on his first forehand. Kept that ball low as well for 30 love. That's more of what we saw in set number 1. Great serve from Kikuchi. Neither player's targeted back tee as much as the body of Tadeusz Paralek. Got him stretched there. Now 40 love, 4 game point chances. A little cute there. I suppose that's why you build 40 love. Again, Banthia, 21 years old. Is part of a Wake Forest team in 2019 that reached the finals of both the National Indoors as well as NCAA Team Championships. Banthia Kikuchi extending this championship another game here in the second set. They hold 4-2-5. It's going to be Jacob Brum and Tadeusz Paralek serving to send our match to a deciding tiebreaker. For those of you who missed out on last week's action, our men's doubles tiebreaker, one of the most thrilling matches I have seen to date. And if you have any friends who enjoy tennis, tell them to tune in now. If we can, super producer Daniel Westhoff, can we bring up our graphic of last week's champions? It was August Holmgren, Alex Kosbanov, 2 players with college ties as well, at University of San Diego and UNLV respectively. 21-19. They won that third set breaker. 21-19. Each team fighting off 4+ match points. Holmgren with 2 return winners, down match points in that third set breaker. If that was any foreshadowing for what we hope to see later today, again, now's the time to tune in, folks. Jacob Brum here, 23-year-old serving. 5-2 in the second set. And that's much more like the speed we saw in set number 2. Again, Kikuchi taking that return inside the baseline. Banthia immediately pinching forward as well. with that, set points. Brum and Paralek. We're going the distance. In our men's doubles final, Brum, Paralek, leveling things. 6-2 second set. Again, how's the third set breaker work? Played to 10. Win by 2. We'll change sides every 6 points. Alex Gruskin here. Final match of the day. Of course, we've got our singles finals coming up tomorrow. Going to be on the men's side. Number 3 seed Duarte Valle. Valle reached a couple of pro finals last season. Looking for his first pro title still, though. It's going to be a fun matchup for Valle as he takes on Nate Ponwith. Ponwith, the 24-year-old, into his first final since 2019. Looking for a second career pro title, though. Of course, on the women's side. And by the way, Ponwith, Arizona State, as well as Georgia. Valle, a Florida graduate, so college tennis ties there. College tennis ties in our women's singles final. Snow Hahn, rising redshirt sophomore at USC, survived 9 match points today. She'll take on 18-year-old Yai Young tomorrow. Meanwhile, third set breaker to come. Sid Banthia, surfing first on the far side of your screen. Smart first serve into that body of Teddy Paralek. 1 love, and again, standard tiebreaker. Just played to 10 instead of 7. How do Banthia, Kikuchi manage to renew their aggression from set number 1? Meanwhile, can Brum, Paralek maintain theirs from set 2? Feel like both teams have yet to play their best simultaneously in this match. One could argue they are now. That's the aggression. Smart play from Sid Banthia to follow that ball forward. It's just a little dipsy-do. Down the line backhand lob from Jacob Brum. So impressive there. 1-all. Nice return from Kikuchi into the body of Paralek. Picked a big target. Exploded through that ball and again took that return much further inside the court. Mini break advantage. Banthia Kikuchi 2-1. I think he missed that serve, yeah. And there's an instinct of playing 5 months of college tennis. Paralek calling that serve out. Not his job here in these pro matches. Nevertheless, call confirmed by the chair. 2-all, mini break given right back. And we know what's happening here, right? Paralek's going to take that backhand down the line. the backhand cross on the return. Impressive target there from Teddy to go get that ball out in front. Yeah, Brum, again, a visceral out call there. Again, yes, Brum does have a pro title in his name, but only the one, never in his home state of California. 3-2 mini break lead now to Brum Paralek. The reason I bring that up to explain perhaps the heightened emotions now this close to a championship title. Volleys that were stuck in set number one have been a little bit tentative. In sets 2 and 3, Teddy Paralek. Laser of an inside-out forehand. He has stepped up his level significantly. And you could argue no disrespect to Jacob Brum, nor Banthia or Kikuchi, but Paralek has made himself the best player on the court over the course of the past half hour. And that has made the difference. Or 2 lead again. Single mini break lead here. Played to 10. Win by 2. It's a great volley from Banthia, especially in a pressure-packed moment. It's just good tennis now. Now we're starting to see all these teams play their best at once. Of course, urgency of the moment demands as such. That's winner, winner, chicken dinner. Routine 2 points on serve for Banthia and Kikuchi. Still mini break advantage in the pocket of Brum and Paralek. 5-4. Jacob Brum serving now on the far side of your screen. And as we've seen this entire second set, ad side I formation on the Brum serve. Are you serious, Jacob Brum, who's got a cheering section? Again, Jacob Brum, native of Rancho Santa Fe, California. Obviously the home of last week's event. Not too far from this University of San Diego campus either. Home crowd feel for Brum. 6-4. Great return from Yuta Kikuchi. Someone had to step up. Kikuchi does to get the mini break there. Beats Paralek to the spot. And God, how many times has Paralek done that to opponents through the years with his one-handed backhand? A little dose of his own medicine there. Smart play from Kikuchi. 5-6. One last serve here before we change ends. The argument here would be both of them were surrounding that ball. Hard for the chair umpire to see. And with both players moving backwards the way they were. Yes, that ball landed slowly. I mean, again, you'd think that's a call. Everyone there's going to make correctly. So 7-5, Brum and Paralek are going to take it. Impossible to tell, obviously, here on the live stream video, whether that ball was exactly in or out. The mini break goes back to Brum and Paralek now. Quick hands. How about that from Sid Banthia? Said thank you for the pace. I'll just bunt this bad boy down. 7-6. Again, mini break in hand. It's going to be Paralek serving here. Paralek, the most ITF doubles titles of anyone on the court with his 5. 4 of them have come on clay courts. He won the one last fall in Fayetteville with his volunteer assistant coach, George Goldhoff. Turn draws the error from Banthia, excuse me, so 8-6. Should say serve draws the error. There's a long pause between those first and second serves. So the double fault means the break, mini break goes back to Banthia and Kikuchi. Still, who would you rather be? The team ahead on the scoreboard. Brum, Paralek, 8-7. High formation here. Just long off the racket of Jacob Brum. Has had such good feel on that backhand line, returning particular down the home stretch of this match, so I don't hate the look despite the thin margins. Sid Banthia. Raising his energy to match the level of the crowd. First match point belongs to Banthia Kikuchi. Oh, that's clutch. That is clutch. And for the second consecutive week, Daniel Westoff, don't burn your computer. We're going to overtime. 9-all as we make the turn. Again, last week, let's quickly show that graphic if we can. Super producer Daniel Westoff was a 21-19 victory for August Holmgren and Alex Kosminov. That's the sort of drama we've seen already here in men's doubles on this SoCal Pro Circuit. 9-all as we make the turn here. Fantastic hands and fantastic aggression. That's playing to win from Tadeusz Paralek. 9-all. Who needs the strings? You pay more for the frame. 2 much-needed first serves from Jacob Brum would add that to the equation. But now it's match point. Brum and Paralak. Jacob Brum, Teddy Paralak. 0-6, 6-2, 11-9. And again, for Jacob Brum, a Rancho Santa Fe native, to win on these courts in this arena. You see him right away. Has to go hug the family. Boy, is it special to get to watch your son win a pro circuit event. What a fight from Banthia and Kikuchi. Again, those two, we're going to see more of them moving forward, if not in this SoCal Pro Circuit, certainly competing for the Cal Bears during the 2023 college tennis season. But with that said, 7.5 hours of tennis here on week 2 of the SoCal Pro Circuit. Of course, again, we've got singles finals for you tomorrow on the women's side. Should be an exciting affair as Yayi Yang, of course, the 18-year-old, going to have another test as she takes on Snow Han. Of course, on the men's side, Duarte Valle. He's going to be looking for title number 1 as he takes on Nathan Ponwith. Now, I believe those matches are going to begin tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern time. If we learn differently, of course, we will let all of you know on our Crack Racquets Twitter accounts. I'll be tweeting it out at AL Gruskin as well. A shout out, as always, to super producer Daniel Westoff on the 1s and 2s, makes all of these broadcasts possible. A massive thank you as well to all of our friends from the USTA SoCal and everyone who helped make this tournament possible, from Christopher Boyer, University of San Diego, all the way through. It is such a pleasure to be a part of this event, to be able to broadcast some of the brightest young talents in our sport competing to make a name for themselves on the Pro Tour. With that said, again, our coverage of week 2 of the SoCal Pro Circuit continues tomorrow. For our super producer, Daniel Westoff, and all of us here at Cracked Racquets, I'm Alex Gruskin. We hope you enjoyed our coverage. And again, we will see you all 1 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in, everyone.